Can you go years without talking to another human being?
Ooh.
What about untold months, snatching your meals from the forest floor and sleeping in muddy pits?
Ooh.
Sanity is a spider, clinging to a fluttering thread of web, unaware of the fingers reaching for it, catching it, plopping it in my mouth.
Damn. Galdoth lost everything when the world was destroyed, including most of his humanity. After a powerful spell goes wrong, it leaves Galdoth in a state of constant contradiction. Half of his body is living, while the other half is undead. As necessity forces Galdoth to carve out a small portion of this new world for himself, his destiny becomes intertwined with that of a malevolent being from another realm, determined to bring an end to all life in the universe. Eater of children. Alone in this new world for years, Galdoth has lived like an animal in the wilderness. When some farmers catch him and try to burn him at the stake, Galdoth barely escapes into the forest. Soon, rage and fear give birth to a new sense of purpose. Galdoth raises a small army on his own, and embarks on a quest for knowledge, as well as revenge. Victory condition: capture Vitros. Loss condition: lose Galdoth half dead. Advanced. Ooh, starts out on an advanced game. Here we go. Just so you know, that's the halfway point. Highest we've seen one go is expert. We haven't seen a champion yet. Carryover: Galdoth and all of his spells, skills, and experience will transfer to the next map. And he's capped at 12. Oof, that's not good. We like 15. Edgy start, yeah, this is interesting. Small map as well, which should bode well. Oh, here we go, swamp theme, boys. They called me Ghoul and Eater of Children as they tied me to the stake. That last nickname was almost amusing. To this day, I still have not tasted human flesh, or blood either. The part of me that still requires sustenance hungers for what normal people eat. A juicy piece of beef, or perhaps some salmon grilled over a wood fire. The rest of me, the undead half, hungers for nothing. That half is empty. But the truth didn't stop the people of Vitros from trying to kill me. I had wandered too close to a farmer's cottage looking for chicken eggs. Ever since the reckoning, I had lived like an animal hiding in the wilderness. I ate raw bugs and rats, and my one delicacy, when I could find it, was sucking the yolk from a robin's egg. I was a creature that lurked in the night. The slightest noise sent me running back to whatever hole I slept in. On that particular night, I must have been distracted by my hunger, because I didn't hear someone approaching until it was too late. I was in the coop chipping holes in the eggs with my long fingernails when I finally heard something. So I grabbed a couple chickens, twisted their necks so they wouldn't alert anyone to my presence, and stepped outside to find myself already surrounded. There were perhaps a dozen of them, all armed with farm tools. I tried to run. Then a pitchfork pierced my right shoulder. They quickly pinned me to the ground, clubbed and kicked at my body. The worst part of it all came at the end when someone ripped the chickens from my grasp. Ghoul! They shouted at me. With my arms and legs bound, I was dragged for several miles behind a wagon to the town of Vitros, which had a small garrison to support the expansion of Great Arcan's eastern borders. Great Arcan! It's Amelia Clark, yes! We're the Night King! We're gonna bring down Amelia Clark! As you can expect, they immediately tied me to a stake and piled bundles of dried wood around my feet. That's when I began to shake with fear. Fire! I had reason to fear it. A fire was responsible for my half-dead condition. I still remember the incredible searing pain, the indescribable agony that bites down to the soul. My fear gave me strength. As the officer in his polished armor strode out before the crowd with a torch in hand, I began to struggle against my bonds. In the name of Queen Amelia Clark and Great Arcan, I put you to everlasting death, creature! The pompous officer had said. I am innocent! I had shouted. I only killed a couple chickens! He's the one who ate my son! Someone screamed. So, someone's brat had gone missing and I was to be blamed for it. Just my luck. Burn him! Others yelled. The officer stepped forward and lowered the torch to the kindling. "Your kind is never innocent," said the officer. By the time the first waft of smoke hit my nostrils, I felt the skin of my dead right hand come loose just enough for me to slip free of my bonds. It had been years since I cast the spell, but my life depended on it. I raised my hands over my head and muttered the words of magic as if it had only been a few years. A few hours. I guess you never really forget. I jumped over the burning sticks and fled, knowing that my spell would send an unearthly chill into the muscles of everyone present, slowing their movement enough for me to escape. I ran as I have done since the reckoning. Since my master died. I ran. My experience at Vitros reminded me that civilization just meant death for me, so I stayed away. I fled deep into the wild forest with no goal in mind, except to put as much distance between that fire and myself as possible. I don't even know how long or how far I ran. Over the years, I have learned it is best not to think. I was an animal. As long as I kept reminding myself that I was just an animal, survival was easier. I kept to the woods mostly. A few nights later, I came upon a field of gravestones. A graveyard! The sky was clear, the moon a white silver, a white sliver. I walked around the dozen or so tombstones, reading the names and dates aloud. Most had been related, and all died within a few years of each other. Mother, fathers, children. This was how the new world welcomed us, with pain and death. I sat on the grass and pressed the living side of my face against the cool surface of one of the markers. My first childhood memories of a crypt. The musky smell of earth. The silent darkness. The vampire who kept me alive to feed on my young blood. I have come full circle, I said aloud. Why? Of all the places I could have stumbled upon, why had I come here? Was it fate? No, I don't believe in fate. Our future is what we make it. But perhaps the universe had something in mind. Standing, I felt a power building within me. It was born from my inner rage. Rage I felt for the people of Vitros, and for everyone who had tried to kill me just because of my half-dead form, and even for the vampire who kept me locked for so long in his crypt like a chicken in a coop. I dropped to my knees and squeezed my fingers into the damp earth. I could feel the rotting body sleeping beneath me, beneath the ground. My body quivered as the magical energy flowed down my arms and through my fingers into the cold dirt. I knew at that moment that I had survived all these years, all these horrors. For this moment, the universe had a use for me. That night, beneath the crescent moon, I was truly reborn. I am Galdoth, half dead. Ooh. That was... Damn. I feel like the impact of the world having been Hiroshima has barely any impact on these stories. I agree. If it goes below half health, you lose, clearly. What a coincidence. He ate my son, too. Thanks, Rush, I try. Yeah, I mean, I had to get into it. The music was going and everything. That was meant to be. Ghosts, okay. Oh, Galdoth half dead. Galdoth's earliest memory is the bite of a vampire. During the reckoning, a fire consumed most of his body, and due to an errant spell, he was made into a contradiction both in body and spirit. He is half living and half undead, endlessly seeking to understand what kind of universe would create a being such as him. Alright, so we've got basic death magic. We start at level 2, mind you. Basic occultism, which is just the spell point version of this. Oh, I see. So necromancy is actually the extra one for death magic. Oh, we're going for it. And nature magic again, yes. So we will summon and sacrifice. And we have zombies and skeletons, because, of course. You're a necromancer, Galdoth. Yeah, summon sprites, look at that. I believe. My will to live is strong. How else could I have survived a childhood in a bloodsucker's crypt, and even these years of solitude? The Reckoning destroyed nations, armies, and even ancient societies like the necromantic order, but I survived. My master, Calabar, told me once that he had seen a power within me that couldn't be wasted, but Loscan, the vampire who kept me for his own, wouldn't release me even when Calabar offered him 10 young children as a replacement. Since Loscan was a member of the necromantic order, Calabar's hands were tied. He couldn't force Loscan to turn me over, so he arranged for a holy crusader to learn the location of the vampire's crypt. That was the end of Loscan. I owed Calabar my life, but in the end, I failed to return the favor. During the first hours of the Reckoning, I returned to the Necromantic Order's secret library to find it on fire. Calabar lived within. I tried to find him, but the fire was too great. Naked, and with burns that would soon claim my life, I opened a scroll that was far beyond my power. I was dying. I could feel my scorched lungs slowing, unable to take another breath. So, I read the words on the ancient parchment. It was my last chance. I lived, of course. At least, part of me was still alive. The rest was undead. I had a foot in both worlds now, living and dead, but I didn't feel part of either. Right. Obviously, I wouldn't be getting money. I don't have a town. Yet. Didn't know I could actually get it. Oh, rip all that. Yeah, good, good, good. Shoot them. Waste your arrows, you losers. Okay, I didn't click that at all, but... Get aged! Get aged! March of the Undead. Yeah. Don't they have an ability? No. Aw, shit. I didn't think the door would close. Run! Oh, we're gonna have to do this fight again. Everyone combat results. Everyone died. Hey, OJ. Nature and death magic. Wonder what kind of hero that makes. I know, right? You were talking about summon boat, yeah, man. Oh yeah, that's right. The town does res us, so we're good. We're good. Fuck it, let's go. Everyone died, and then everyone died. The end. Hey, do I? Nope. You liars. Didn't resurrect them at all. Knock, knock. Alright, we got him. They're raged. Shit. Well, that went terribly. Since I had no units left, well, there you go. Hey, Blood Tears. Undead campaign, yeah, man. Gotta have at least one dude left to intimidate town priest into resing your hero. Clearly. Age them. Yes! So you didn't come out last time. Go away. We don't want your kind. Well, now he doesn't have any shots, so. Yes, just started. Ghost wants to suck my dick. We got this. Fuck you! Come on, zombies! You were so close! Because if I split my army into all the slots, then they split their army into all the slots. I don't want to do that. Should have. There it is. Hey Zolboy. And hey Saber. Yeah, let's not backseat this time. Great idea, guys. I know. If only we hadn't screwed up that first fight. Happens all the time in this game. First fight goes great, and then it just goes all downhill from there. It's like the AI learns. Hey, Tricklin. Going alright? Really? We can build everything? Oh. Okay. It's different. Shout out to No Level. My army has grown large enough that it has drawn the attention of a druid who claims to be the protector of this forest. The man, Hallis, issued me a warning today, delivered by a sprite who flew away before I could interrogate it. Hallis's letter pointed out several times that my troops and I were insults against nature and that we should be destroyed. He stated that if I chose to stay, he would hunt us down and kill us all. Normally I would have nothing to do with the man. But he is between Vitros and me. I usually marched my undead army at night because they had an advantage over most creatures when it was dark. Despite our mastery over the night, we were still caught unawares as a band of bandits rode down on us with torches in their hands. I immediately shouted to their leader, offering him a bribe. Thankfully, you can always count on the greed of a thief. Alone, I met the man in the open field between our two armies. "You say you got gold?" the rogue leader asked. "Yes, I'll give every man 100 gold to walk away." The man leaned close enough that I could smell the onion on his breath and said, "What if I do the world a favor and kill you all? Then I can take the gold for myself." "It will be hard to enjoy it, because if you give that order, I'm going to break your neck." The rogue laughed. Obviously, my thin frame didn't impress him much. But there was something about my undead half that this rogue didn't know. I reached up with my dead right arm and grabbed his wrist. With a simple twist, I broke the thug's arm. After that, I only had a few seconds before his companions attacked, so I dragged the leader from his horse and closed my right hand around his neck. My undead flesh is stronger than it appears, I whispered as I crushed the bandit leader's neck and dropped his limp body to the ground. Then the battle began. Yeah! We're gonna put him down! What? Everyone died. Hey, massive losses. Welcome to the stream. I'm seeing a theme in these battles, yeah, man. Hey, Moonmax. Scripted, clearly. I mean, hey, we did kill them all first try. You can't say we didn't. Unfortunately, I can't go any further than this. Sometimes I ask myself what Master Calabar would do in my situation, but all my master's actions were part of his plan to one day seize control of the necromantic order. I know from personal experience that he also had a strong sense of vengeance. Whenever someone crossed him, he usually had me slip poison in their wine or a dagger between their ribs. So, I have turned my eyes toward Vitros. I realize that I can't get back at everyone who has threatened me over the years. That kind of goal would only end in my own destruction, I am sure. I wasn't looking for a war, just revenge. Yes, it would be sweet to turn that officer and all those farmers into zombies. Everyone dying seems to happen a lot in the undead campaign. Yeah, it's a feature. Come on. Oh, come on! I know, I agree that it was interesting I could fully build up this town. Agenda. Yes. We have found quite often that in Heroes, there's a lot of things in Heroes 4 that just happen to also be in Hoda. Isn't it crazy? It's like they weren't original at all. They just took assets from other games and threw it in this one. Almost like it's... wait for it. Wait for it. Fake Heroes 3! Brook. Ryland. Plebkick. Alright, we built the Cyclops. Honestly, the next that I want to build is breeding pens, but that's going to be a while. I have an idea for this one though. Got him. Hey, darling. Yep, we're already on halftime. Did I enjoy the elf story yesterday? No! Hit me right in the feels, man. Nope, this isn't happening. Maybe. Yes! Alright, no losses. Why are they all nomads? Fuck these kids. This should be an easy fight. Should be. But will it? Can we not? Jesus, that movement. He's got 5 shots left, he's good. There you go. I was exhausted at the end of the campaign. It was interesting seeing how powerful the dude became, but I was dead, dude. So, like, I want necromancy, obviously, because that's going to level up to vampires by the end. The problem is, this isn't the included one in the death magic tree. But we're going for it. Suck my balls, orange. Yes, they have the arsenal. One of these, and one of these. Hey Bruce, yeah man, half dead. Already captured the first 2 towns, so you... Well, I wouldn't say you're way late, we've only been going for an hour. We finished Elwyn in 1 day. It was a 14-hour and 55-minute stream, but we finished him in 1 day. As you can see from the VOD that's currently supposedly being uploaded to Twitch. 5,000, 12, and 12. Well, we're making 2,000 per turn now. So, you know, progress. Oh. Fuck that. Alright, I think we're safe out here for a while. I don't think the AI is going to be rushing mid on us. Where's the crystal mine? Or is there no crystal mine? Did they play? Nope, it's right there. Highly doubt we'll win this, but I have to at least try, right? Yeah, we're fucked. No, the stream itself was 15 hours and 45 minutes. The VOD that I was talking about was 14 hours and 55 minutes. I know, because I just made the highlight. Because I take the breaks out of the VODs. Well, by process of elimination, I'm going to say Chaos is next. Try again in a week, can I? They did sit through the breaks. The problem is when I'm highlighting it and putting it on YouTube, I have no reason to include it now that Twitch lets you splice VODs. I won't tell you that Chaos is next because spoilers. I mean, someone spoiled that a while back. Like before the Order campaign. It's a shame because it's a fight I really do need to win. But clearly not beating it like that. Come on! Why would the fucking Cyclops get bad morale? Oh, well, undead. Never mind. Makes sense. How did I like Elwyn and Shara overall? I mean, it was very interesting seeing how strong Elwyn got by the end of that. I mean, that was definitely the strongest we've seen a hero grow to. Alright. Ah, I see. Praying here will give some of your troops a boost to their morale. Come on, Cyclops, let's pray. Mocking the best of it. I do not mock it. And hey, Lucifer. How come ghosts can't fly over water? I know, right? Eat skeletons. Oh shit, that's how it all begins. Yeah, I mean, the love story was killing me, I'm not gonna lie. That was a little rough to read through. Also, again, I just want to point out, you all say the AI doesn't fight guards on Champion. The fuck it doesn't. Look at these kids. Man, if it was anything else, I'd have been fine. I need this crystal. Better than Twilight. Exactly 50. They weren't happy we took this potion. Number of your skeletons cannot exceed either the hit points or number of the creatures. All skeletons vanish after the combat ends. And that's not useful to me. I wanted poison. I have to. I want advanced necromancy, but we have to take combat. We can't just not take combat. I'm sorry. It's such a necessity. Who? Combat meta. We'll get Necro back later. Sure, I know what that does. I mean, the goal is going to be to merge them. Breeding pens. They're reaching! They're reaching! Fuck is that speed 1? The hell they are? Ah, that's daring, okay. But these guys are 7, why are they being caught? Garbage. We can win this fight. Come to the pretty sprites. Or don't. Well, that's a disaster. Or is it? Nah, it is. It's pretty bad. Like, what the fuck though? Speed 8. Speed 4. Why are they catching them? I mean, these guys are speed 7 for crying out loud. What the fuck? Barely did anything. No, I want the Cyclops. We need the Cyclops. Hey Lolo. Yeah, finished the Elven campaign in one day. Combat terrain penalty, get the fuck out of here. Childless hungry, Amelia Clark's reach. I am Galdoth Half-Death. Summon sprites. Yep. Oh, maybe I was supposed to go first. Whoops. What? What the fuck? What? What? Alright, we won. I don't know what the hell just happened, but we won. Where's the quicksand shrine? I know, right? Jesus, these choices. An assassin. Wait, that's what I want, yes. Death magic and combat skills are most likely to become available to the assassin class. Increases his speed and movement by 3. Yep, worth it. Absolutely worth it. Hey Kale, welcome to the stream. Yes, we made it to half-dead. He's fast! Press F for demonology. Why? Don't we have to take demonology as we level this up? It's cheaper to go nomads than harpies, and I'm not going to use them anyway, so... Nah, this is not worth it. Oh, demonology is in Death/Nature class. Well, I don't know what that is. Imagine digging an underground tunnel. And then it's suddenly full of magic mushrooms! What broken thing have I found in this campaign? Nothing yet, nothing yet. Nothing yet. I mean, my assumption was nature wasn't going to be that useful, and even if it was, we already played with nature. I want to go for death now. It's only a few. So what if, and hear me out here, we go for it. It's probably going to be 4. Yeah, exactly 4, but we're going for it. Fuck bitches. Get money. Yeah. This ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. We're gonna die to the forced lightning bolts. More than anything. We're close though. We can pull this off. What are they gonna do? Split more than that? Almost they don't do 5 damage. But they might. 4. 4. They did 4 damage. They did 4 damage. Okay, he can survive a couple of hits. It's these guys I gotta worry about, but honestly he's gonna whap-a-tap both of those. Just chuck that. Ha ha, we got him, baby! Easy. Imagine Breeze being a Thunderbird, if only. Inspired by who? Hey Marina, welcome to the stream. And Jesus Serum, yeah? This is the Galdoth campaign, and you all keep saying you love this one, so we'll see what it's all about. It's not worth it. If I split them any more than I already have, it's not going to go well for me. I really need to take that fight, though. And the gold mine fight. The gold mine fight, honestly, I think I can probably pull off. Perfect, I only needed 3. Still several. It's a good sign. Tag. Tag. Oh, tag. HP. And that's why we took combat, baby! For the win! Woo! It's Galdoth the Cyclops King, yeah. Beat 4 Thunderbirds, now he thinks he can beat 12 Behees with the same army. And we did! And we did! Even if it was only 8 Behees. And we did! Eight dead Behees, 8 skeletons. Who needs expert necromancy? Just the basic got us that. Shame. Was hoping to get that, but I will. This is why combat's a thing. It really is. Hello, Nub. Yes, we're playing on champion difficulty. I'm only gonna go to Grandmaster Combat. I won't do the other combat ones. I'll start leveling up Necromancy after that. But for the next scenario, I want Grandmaster Combat, because as we've learned, Scenario 2 is always an interesting one. Although, admittedly, I only need 1 more level. So hopefully, 8 is Grandmaster Combat, and then we'll start leveling up Necromancy as much as it lets us. Until we hit level 12. Yeah, these guys are just too fast. Because I do need this crystal line. Oh, come on. In what fucking world is that right next to me? Like, look, I can't even walk. I can't even walk right there. You've grown so much since the Loisanda campaign. We really have. Galdoth seeking Grandmaster Calcium, yes. No, they're just too fast. Can't do this fight yet. I can live with those losses. Only one Cyclops. So we got Grandmaster combat in the first scenario. Excellent. Can't you force it to be a ranged attack? No. Not when they're right next to you. Yeah, they have a very large AoE, as we have learned through our gameplay. Yeah, something tells me I'm not doing enough damage in this fight. I'm just fine. We have the underground ones to worry about. It's gotta be next. Yes, I'm aware that if these talons, it's not really gonna help though. I'd rather keep the attack. Well, vampires and cyclops aren't in the same tier as nomads. I don't know, Dreamer Ghost. We took an entire siege of 21 Medusas in that last campaign, and it worked. They never ran out of shots, man. That was, that was an interesting experience. 77 health. Alright. This can be done. Doesn't do enough damage. Wait. A little busted that they regenerated off of those sprites, but okay. I can live with those losses. I want vampires. That's really what I was hoping for. With Galdoth's speed. Oh, this is what I expected the broken strat to be for this one. Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to take this now. Now that I lost so many Cyclops. Potion of immortality! You know this game is balanced when we're emphasizing evil laughing. Yes. Imagine poison and quicksand, which can be done in this. I just need advanced nature magic. Holy fuck, they're 1100 each. What are they gonna do? Poison the vampires? Kappa? Please don't. That was a joke game. Done! Done! Uh-oh. Are you kidding me? Okay, well, we can win it. Sure as hell not winning it like that. What the fuck? Fine. Fine. I'll take the fight. Much as I need that crystal, I'll ignore that fight. The rivals to the vamps. Ranged poison, yeah, that's... I thought the story of this map is Galdoth taking revenge on living people. Why are you fighting undead creatures? They're in my way. See, Venom spawns to me are just, they're annoying as a player, but they wouldn't really be annoying otherwise. Serious right now? What? That's not where I clicked. I'm curious. Could I have just done this with the Vampire Lords? Like, would I have been fine? I have to know. For science. Okay, well, not if they're both going to do that, but I think yes. So let's do this a little smarter and actually preserve those Cyclops. Standards. Technically, I could just outrun all of them. I think. Here's the balance we all know and love from this game. Let's YOLO it. Yeah, that's what I thought. That'll speed this up a bit. I mean, it looks to me like they're zapping them, not even gazing at them. They suck the blue out of you. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Claw. Vamp's 100% balanced, of course. I know, right? Just wait until poison actually does a lot of damage. Well, I mean, it's been Heroes 4, but sure, fam. Alright, my Master Necro, so let's learn it. Looking for Grandmaster Necromancy. It's the next thing on our list. We can get vampires from these fights. Really? Oh yeah, we're feeling the balance now. Oh yes. Oh my god. This is why it was worth losing those Cyclops in the vampire fight. Well, we don't play fake Heroes 3, so it's probably fake. Advanced Necro. 2 more levels. I mean, I'd like to say in theory I could get Master and then Grandmaster, but I know it doesn't work that way. I'm gonna need... Like, this is Advanced Necromancy. This allows me to learn Master Necromancy. But the problem is I'm gonna need Master Death Magic to get Grandmaster. Necro, if I'm reading this correctly. 100% full balance. So yeah, we did it, boys. We made it. We have reached peak. Try this a little differently. Another problem I have is I don't have a potion of immortality, but so we curse them. Interesting. Wait on that. Trust me on this one. Ah, well, then I can't win this. I can't dispel the poison. Still, the fight's over here, we can easily win. Honestly, do I even need them anymore? Come at me, bros. Probably didn't even need to curse them, to be honest. Arthur greater than vampire. No, it was the poison. If not for poison, we could have won that fight. Oh yeah, time to finally get that gold mine. Haha! Nomads here because they're all dead. Hahaha. Why can't I scroll the map anymore? What the hell? Game? What is this? I mean, I can move it like this if I have to, but, it's certainly not ideal. How would I fix it? Just restart? Hey, Siva. Alright, I mean, I'm switching armies, fam. I don't know what, There we go. That was weird. Wow. Oh, well, that's not gonna work, though. Hold on. Yeah, I didn't take the bait. Oh, I did have a potion of immortality. How about that? Yeah. There's too many hits on the way over. How many are you getting this one? Probably the same amount, right? Yeah, exact same amount. Well, now we're out of things to do. Well, I guess technically not. I can go attack those venom swans. I would not say the Harmforest Stronghold theme is better than the Sandra theme. I'm not going that far. Strong disagree. Well, I know what I bet we can do. Nope, still quiet and empty. Well, now I have 13, so let's see what happens. You fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Haha, they did it. 13 succeeded where 11 failed. What am I missing to build vamps in town? I don't know, man. I don't know. Why am I not able to build vampires in my town? Just... I can't imagine why. Why doesn't the game let me build vampires in my non-death towns? What'd you do to piss off Moralka this much? It's every game I play, man. Every game I play hates me. We've established this. Ooh. Ooh. Now with our wand of healing. No, it doesn't work. Ah! Well. Kill myself. Look, the one did 72 damage, the other one did so much more. Just saying. Five? Fucking 5? And why can I still not make it? I hate this combat grid. This is the worst fucking combat grid. Even Majesty, yeah, when it spawns my fucking marketplace 2 miles away from my palace. Hey, Dragslayer. Imagine dragon strength on vampires, I know, right? Hey, man, you can cure them in the other game. Fucking garbage piece of dog shit. Couldn't fucking fight the nomads like that, but they can fucking launch the fucking rocks at me when I'm right next to them. That's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Straight out of the cow's asshole. Just what? Fine. Won't take the fucking fight. Fuck this game. What? How are they attacking? How? I couldn't hit the nomads, which were farther away than the vampires were, but they can land these shots? It's ridiculous. Hello, Driftlord and TV Cow. Welcome to the stream. What the flying fuck? How? How is that even possible? Oh! 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 He hit him with the your mother joke! Oh my god! Really? Excuse me, how? How do they not? Okay, you know what? I don't get it. I don't know what the fuck this game smokes, but I don't think I want to either. Easy fight. Hey, yep, finished nature yesterday. 49. Because of course. Expert necromancy, yes. Skeletons or ghosts. So that's expert necro. But unfortunately we're done with level ups, so that's the end of this one. Unless we find some death shrines. I'm assuming it's just I'm allowed to pass. We captured this gate a few days ago. Only those who are loyal to our cause and fly the blue flag may pass. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Took the wrong fight. And back we go. Troll game is troll. That's fucked up, man. I never raged a Gems campaign. I've openly said I don't like it, and it's pretty boring, but I've never raged at it like this. Unless morale fucked us over. But Gems campaign we have down pretty, consistently. It's just boring. Like, it's not a fun campaign. Get out of my way. Yeah, I've noticed that we're purple quite a bit in this game. For whatever reason. Here comes the copyright. Who knew it was that easy every time? Yeah, fuck you, game. Suck my dick, no losses. Still got expert necro with the last level up. I can see this one? Alright. Ryland. Will this work? Oh no, they're smart enough. They won't let themselves be poisoned to death. Or will they? Dun 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 dun. Oh, the Nature Town will still do us some good. Wasn't even the creature portal I was thinking of. He ran off and died. During my years in the wild, I learned to respect those magical forces that seem to be at work in nature. The superstitious called it Mother Nature, but I know it is something much more arbitrary, even uncaring. Much like myself, nature exists to survive. Is it really a contradiction for a necromancer to embrace nature? I don't think so. However, I have seen a power I've never seen a power like the one this druid possessed. He was capable of conjuring creatures, and even elementals, out of thin air. What a power! Imagine not needing to rob graveyards for troops. But then, as I am beginning to suspect, these powers might not work on the undead. The negative energy bottled within the undead would probably cancel out such creation magic. Still, I am not ready to abandon this idea. There has to be a way to turn it to my advantage. I mean, there is, we're just not going to use it. I feel like we just heard this a shitload of times in the last campaign. What the fuck? What? They did one and then magically they're doing 5? I'm using dirty tactics, poisoning the water supplies here. And yep, we're raising ghosts. Level 5 mage guild on map 1. Armageddon, if only. Gotta get that speed boost. Yeah, the only reason I'm fighting this is for the speed boost. Ooh, I could have binded him. But I don't have a range. Wait. Ah, it's not built. $20. No, no, if the game was able to hit my units when they were spread out, why am I not able to hit these? That's ridiculous. Hey, Agonize. What's this faction? Well, I mean, it's the Death campaign, but we're playing it as Nature and Might right now. Not exactly using Death. That's that broken one. Unfortunately, I don't see us being able to get it, so... It's not a fight I need to take, so it's not a fight I will take, and I'll actually run around with the ghosts. They're not going to slow me down overly much. And that their ability to slow things down definitely helps. Are you kidding me? They're not gonna win? Wow. Wow. Why would you go so close? Oh, I remember that artifact. A great artifact. One. Two. There's no reason to fight that. You know, yeah, that already checks out, I guess. It does. Attack 70 plus tier 3 units with 13 tier 3 units. Gets shocked when his tier 3 units don't win. Fuck you. Galdoth equals Usain Bolt. Hey man, he's an assassin. Some funny looking unicorns. Yeah man. Hey, Aviota. Okay. Aw, that's lame. Oh, oh. And now it's dead. Hey, Uncle Jonathan. Balanced ranged units, yes. These are all balanced stacks. And we have 39 Cyclops, we did it. Only Galdoth half-dead can pass if the green player is eliminated. Just put your hand on the door and it'll swing open. Please, will you open the door now so we can get out? Let's go! Sword of the gods. Mom! 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 Yeah! I don't want that sword though. It's that feeling. There's the tent. I can learn a level 2 death spell. We did it! We restored the mine! Oh, we've learned we can't trust quick combat, so... Beautiful throw, yeah. Somewhere went to such lengths to find that sword, and there it is. Actually, it was Amelia Clark who found that sword. Fatigue. And now we have our own version of slow. Ah! Unfortunately, I can't learn that one. We only have advanced. Alright, back to the service. Presumably, this is the way to the end of the map, which means this will have been the fastest first scenario that we have yet done. Yes. Fuck you, Amelia Clark. I'm coming for your town's knuckles. Bye-bye. Hoo-hoo! But how useful will that actually come here? It won't, they don't have 4th level units. Tina. Oh, Tina. Tina Fey. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Ouchie, ouch. Aren't you max level? I am. GG, no re. Hey, Pudik. Is Galdoth the Night King? That's what I said in the beginning. I was like, hey, look, he's the Night King. How am I liking Father Gandalf? I mean, this was interesting. Was that Gavin Magnus? I think it was the same picture, yeah. Fastest, only 3 hours. Yeah, only 3 hours. This was definitely the fastest first scenario. Hey, find out the poison abuse campaign. To be fair, I haven't had to abuse it yet. I can definitely see it working, but... With that being said, I'm going to use it in this fight because it's funny. What's she even do? Shit. Excuse you. Bad Amelia Clark lookalike. Bad. Why'd they stop shooting? Oh no! They learn! Of course they're out of... Oh, because they're out of shots, maybe? That's why they came out? That's what I was concerned about. Tough loss to take right there. Oh no! Open it back up! We're in! Alright, we win. Woo! Was it really Gavin? No, no. The image was, but no. Revenge! Revenge! I want to see Galdoth with poison versus Lysander. Clappy has the image. All negas are queens! Flawless victory. Hey man, we won. We have vanquished our foe. At least it wasn't everyone died. Oh yeah. The smoke rising from the charred remains of Vitros threatened to obscure my vision of the stake in the center of the town. In the center of town. I put it in the same place where these people had tried to burn me months ago. This time, however, the commander of Vitros was tied to it. "What's your name?" I asked, raising my voice to be heard over the screams of the dying. I grabbed the officer's hair with my dead hand and yanked hard enough to make him yelp. "What harm is there in telling me your name?" I said. "Sir Mordor of Vitros," said the officer. "Queen Amelia will march the armies of Great Arcan against you for this attack. I will be avenged." "I don't think so. Right now, one of your own commanders is on his way to Great Arcan to give his account of how a band of barbarians attacked Vitros. Of course, there will be no survivors left to contradict his story. My zombies have already cleared the countryside of every farmer and woodsman." Sir Mordor shook his head in disbelief. "It's true, Sir Mordor. It is amazing sometimes what a man will do when he is offered immortality. When this cooperative commander returns from Great Arcan, one of my vampires will change him into one of the undead. So, you see, Queen Amelia will have no cause to suspect me for this horrible tragedy." "What are you going to do with me?" Mordor asked weakly. "What do you think?" Mordor looked around. The only thing that wasn't on fire was the wood at his feet. My own living skin was tingling from the terrible heat. It was taking all my willpower not to turn and flee this inferno. "You're going to burn me." "Yes. Do you remember me, Sir Mordor?" I asked. "Of course." "Then I want you to know that I was innocent. I was not responsible for any deaths, save those of the chickens. Great Arcan, as young a nation as it is, has earned respect for its fair laws. Tell me, where was that justice for me?" Sir Mordor closed his eyes, praying. I slapped him to bring his attention back to me. "I'm going to burn you, Mordor, until there is nothing left but bones," I said, "but that won't be the end of it. Afterward, I am going to use those bones to trap your soul. I need a military commander I can trust." I nodded to one of my skeleton soldiers. The creature held a torch to the pile of wood at Sir Mordor's feet and stepped back as the flames took life. "I'll be seeing you again soon," I said, turning my back as Mordor's screams joined the rest. Ah!
scope of the universe, we are but a single breath. To say we're insignificant
Hey,
is to
Torque.
give us too much credit. But when the universe chooses you to be a part of its plan, you'd better hold on and take what you can get, because your ride will surely be over before you know it.
Chicken Killer proves his innocence by genociding everyone, yes. Yes, Jedi. I don't know why it's a surprise to all of you. I said I was finishing Nature yesterday, and damn it, I did it. And today I'm going to try and finish Galdoth. Same dudes cheering when you complete a campaign scenario. Yeah, man. What have we learned here? It's a spectacularly bad idea to mess with Galdoth. Yes. Well, we didn't get the Spasmaticus yet. He's coming up. The Fiery Realm. A startling vision from another realm informs Galdoth that his master, Calabar, didn't perish during the Reckoning. Now he must battle crusaders and demons, Deus Volting, to find a way to reach this other world and rescue the one who saved his life long ago. Victory condition: rescue Calabar. Loss condition: lose Galdoth half dead. Carryover: Galdoth and all of his skills, spells, and experience will transfer to the next map. But he only gets 6 levels? Alright, we gotta go for Grandmaster Necro. All in. Seldom do I dream, but this was no nightmare. This was a vision that shocked me with a searing pain. Fire! Blistering, agonizing heat! It took some time for me to realize this wasn't my pain, some memory of the flames that nearly killed me long ago. But my master's pain. How? Calabar perished during the Reckoning. He could not have survived, could he? But if he still existed, somewhere, would that not explain my ever-present nagging feeling that something important had been left undone? My answer came as another image flashed into my mind like a club to the back of the head. It was my master's face surrounded by the cruel, taunting images of demons. Master? I said softly. I could still see his pleading eyes. I received no answer, but I knew what I had to do. I had to find him. I had no choice. You can join. Not quite there yet, Galdoth. Not quite there yet. Oh, baby. Here's what makes me scared that I won't be able to get Grandmaster Necro from this one. We're still missing whatever the buff to death magic is called that increases the effectiveness of it. Because occultism is the same as is just the one that gives the spell points, but there's always a second one that buffs the effectiveness. See what you guys are saying. I need to take a break from this. Only allowed 6 levels. Yeah, that's pretty rough. No, combat is the only skill that matters. See, he's a nice guy after all. He cares. Yeah, man. How long is this game? Wonderful question, fam. We're on campaign 5 out of 18. The real joke with that one vampire is that all neutrals are undead. Yeah, I noticed that. That was some bullshit. This is the definition of fun, yes. We back to pixie tactics, boys. Yeah, man. Vampires are balanced. Big plays. Demonology. Well, you guys said we weren't getting demonology, though. It was the mix between nature and death. The ones watching on YouTube have amazing time skip powers. I'm jelly. Yeah. Speaking of which, is that 15-hour VOD up yet? This is precisely what the devs intended. Hey, you didn't want it to go this slow? Give me more than one vampire. Can't stop halfway there. I'm taking a break. At this point, I obviously could bring forward Galdoth and finish this, but where's the fun in that? It's over! It's over! Get me off Mr. Vlad's wild rat. Oh, that vampire deserves some promotion after this fight. Nah. So you guys wanna go see it again? So there wasn't a town in here? Oh yeah, there it is. We need to synergize the attacks better, but I can win this. Aha! this on purpose. Come on, Pixies, please. Alright, we got it. $18 health. 1 life to live. Now. Yes. Woo. I can't believe you've done this. Every campaign Ram says he's heroes only, but with undead, he has heroes and vampires. Well, yeah, man. Nature magic at work, yeah. Yes, I found out the hard way that most spells, some spells don't need a lot direct line of sight. No. After the last 4 campaigns, he didn't figure it out. Nope, definitely not. Does poison stack in this game? No. Yeah, I agree, Finder. It's kind of lame that I'm playing as the undead against other undead. Like, come on. It defeats the purpose. Hey, Meridian, what is this? This is, the half-dead campaign. The death one. I am the one who knocks. Depression equals Amelia Clark survived. Clutch! No! Yes! Yeah, man, we did it! Actually, I don't need this blood pressure. We did it, boys. I wanted to keep the tension up, that's why I misclicked. We did it! Hey Bazzi, welcome to the stream. The best way to balance necromancy, make it irrelevant in the campaign. I mean, clearly. Dun, 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 dun. No devils allowed. Every guard really is undead. What the fuck? Bullshit. I'm sorry, guys. I really am. You know what's even worse? These stacks are larger. How are they now reaching? Excuse me? Excuse me? That clearly didn't reach! What the fuck? Someone want to explain that one to me? Like, that was bullshit. That zombie clearly only was supposed to get out to here. How did he magically get to the corner? Yay. Such fun. Much wow. It was these reloads which made people fall in love with combat themes. They died so the unit... No, the other unit did not die! There were 4 of them, I couldn't kill 4 of them. Yeah, everything is broken in this game. We have confirmed this. There is no strategy in this game that is not broken. Instead of trying to balance the game, they clearly went into this operating under the assumption of, well, if everything's broken, then nothing's broken, right? And the answer to that is no. No, every single campaign is at its own new strats. Except this one so far. I don't know what this one's gonna turn into. I get the sinking feeling, though, that this is going to end up being a very similar map to Loysand 2. The exception being that they're all going to be fights against undead, with undead. Which means that my necromancy skill will not work. To which I say, fuck you, game. All I want to do is raise some damn vampires. Excuse me! What the fuck? I've done the same exact thing like 20 rounds in a row! How do they magically reach? How long am I streaming today? I mean, as long as this campaign takes. Damn it, don't tell me what to do. Save this dick for your mother. Oh! Oh! Like, I know I'm going to the same spot, because it's right next to this damn bush. And then this one's in line with the opening between those. Ramsade's push confirmed. Well, he did 9/11. South Park told us. What sucks the most about this is it's not like, at least with the poison strats, when I'm just skipping turns, I can read the chat. I can't even read the chat for this. Like, I have to actually make sure I'm clicking the right spots. Gotta insert the Benny Hill theme here. So, the Mets. They're a mess. Well, Vlad, you have been a very good vampire. One day we may even get you some brethren. Some Vladstocks. And Williams. And Vodomirs. Amelia Hark. Copyright. This is great for your mental health, it really is. What if this actually got copyrighted? I mean the grass theme likes to get copyrighted, so... Yeet. By who click? One. Two. Get the one Slav vampire hero. Yeah, man. First try, we did it! How are you even supposed to beat this normally? Not play on champion difficulty, so the mobs are actually light, and then you have gold to build up the town. No sulfur needed, no sulfur needed, no sulfur needed. Alright, good. Over the past few months, I have made sure that none of my borders intersect with territories occupied by nations like Great Arcan or Paladra. No use making enemies. Yet. Still, much of this new world remains unclaimed. For instance, at this moment, the spectral commander of my forces, the former Sir Mardor, has taken the bulk of my army to carve out the borders of what will become the new kingdom of Necros, while I search for Calabar. Come, I said. Although Mardor had been many miles away, he appeared before me in an instant. Such was the magical bond between us. Funny how he still chooses to wrap his spectral form in a long black hood and cloak. A trace of shame for his present state, perhaps? He'll get over that in no time, when he has forgotten he was once a human. I hope you left someone capable in command, I said. You are going to be gone for some time. Yes, the vampire. Captain Enric, Mardor said. The one who betrayed you. Interesting. I have heard that Enric suffers near starvation under Mardor's command. Apparently he still resents that man's betrayal. Are you meeting such much resistance? No. Even the living offer to join us. They swear loyalty to Necros. But I wonder what they will do when you tell them they must give up their lives to become part of Necros' army of undead. For now, they won't have to. Those who die naturally or in accidents will be enough to reinforce the army. I'll be doing them a favor, really. They will have no use for graveyards anymore, I said. None of that pesky mourning either, Mardor said sarcastically. Even though he was forever in my service, bound to me by a pact stronger even than the one I share with my master. Mardor had retained some of his will for resistance. It doesn't bother me much, though. In fact, knowing that he must follow my orders against his own will made bossing him around more fun. You're coming with me now, Mardor. Where I'm going, I might have need of a military commander, I said. Many thought the Cregan demons had perished in the reckoning, but I knew the truth. Their numbers have been diminished, for sure, and they are disorganized and weak. But some retreated to the safety of another realm. That's where I would find my master. I am yours to command, master, Mardor said. I would have it no other way, I said. But I'm pretty sure the Creegans died out when Catherine Griffinheart fucked them all. Just saying. Grandmaster Combat will help make this fight not as terrible. See? See, honestly, I don't even know the map of Axia. Come crawling faster, faster. Obey your master, master. There were too many Creegans to fuck all of them. Not again. It wasn't as long. It wasn't as long. Why did I just do that screech? Because guess what I just realized I'm gonna get to do? Oh god, they're moving! No! Fuck this game. What? Like how? How is that blocked? Just once again, this atrocious combat terrain not making any sense. Ugh. Whew. Basic demonology is exactly what I was waiting for. Give the hero the summoning imp spell. Basic demonology is one of the requirements for expert death magic. Oh, we need that. Expert death magic will allow us to learn Grandmaster Necromancy, presumably. Yeah. Alright, okay, I was gonna say, are you shitting me? Oh yeah, he's Grandmaster Combat. That's why we rush Grandmaster Combat always. But Savu, it was a different one. Ah. Music's so intense, the chase music epic style. Woo! Galdoth literally running circles around the zombies, yeah man. Yeah, that's what I mean. All the campaign protagonists except for Elwyn could totally be related to Lysander, because Lysander's campaign is, yeah, he's got to find his brothers and sisters, and other than Elwyn, they've all been orphan male or female children. Right around the same age as Lysander. Summon him, free mana! Yeah! Excuse me, I did not say I would get Grandmaster Death. I said I'm going for Grandmaster Necro. Hello, Annelson. Wait, we stop playing and just decide to ruin music for 10 minutes? I actually decide to read the chat for 10 minutes, especially after those 10-minute fights, but I mean, if that's not your thing, there's this big red X at the top right corner of your screen, you're more than welcome to use it. Is he half dead or half undead? Both. He's half alive, half undead. That's why he's Galdoth half dead. Half dead. One can't simply open a gateway to a specific location without tremendous magical power. And even then, no one knows how to direct that power. That knowledge was lost long ago. However, I have a theory that a temporary gateway can be opened by unleashing a tremendous amount of magical power at a nexus point of the lines of magic that flow through everything in the universe. Through my studies of nature magic, I have learned to see these lines of magic. Finding a nexus point shouldn't be hard. Opening the gateway, however, will be much more difficult. But I think I have received a prod in the right direction. That prod came in the form of a knight of Paladra who came to this area on a crusade against the undead. He searches for an ancient sword rumored to be a powerful weapon against demons called the Angel's Blade. There is no question that this weapon is connected to the realm that gives a demon its powers, otherwise it wouldn't be so effective against one. It is my hope to find the Angel's Blade first. When I shatter it at a magical nexus point, I believe I will create a gateway to the realm where my master awaits. A long shot, I know. But what choice do I have? Oh, only dozens this time. Just summon 56 imps, holy crap! Are they that bad? I mean, they are definitely that bad. He's undead, why does he get morale? Who knows? Who knows? All that for a skill I already have. Before he discovers confluxes, yeah, man. Studies of nature magic equal basic nature magic, yeah, man. Those were mummies, not zombies. Oh, imps, 56 imps. Galdoth's gone into the bone zone. Dun 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 dun. It's basically turned into the nature playthrough, but worse. Yeah, I just... Oof. A band! Ah, ah, ah. Salvation! Oh, I thought those were peasants. I was gonna say, yes! A fight we can take! But no. Oh, even better. Alright. Oh no! I need to take a break soon. No fun allowed the map, it really is! You thought... If you will come to the zombies will come to you. Look, these kids. Bunch of dumbos. They ignored the true threat. Oh, now they know. Now they know. Go, my summoned imps. Crush them. Yes! Yes! These zombies didn't know about their impending doom. Mm-hmm. 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 Demons kidnap my master. Summons imps for help in combat. Spectres don't need sleep, so when I stop my army to rest, Martyr slips away to see to other matters, such as my campaign to secure the borders of Necros. When I wake, he is usually waiting for me with reports about our progress. Not last night. Come to me, Mardor, I said aloud. Within minutes, his shrouded form appeared. Where were you? Traveling the western borders of Great Arcan, I was confirming some interesting rumors. Mardor said. He seemed excited about something. What? Great Arcan has been having trouble with raids along its western borders. A rather large barbarian tribe is responsible. It seems Queen Amelia has made a fatal mistake and sent a significant portion of her troops to deal with these barbarians. This has left their eastern borders nearly unguarded. Within a month, we could conquer Great Arcan. Conquer Great Arcan? Of all the nations that have formed since the Reckoning, it is the largest and perhaps the strongest. Unlike the desolate landscape of Necros, Great Arcan is resource-rich. If I could absorb it into Necros, I would certainly be the most powerful force on the planet. So, why does the prospect of marching on Great Arcan frighten me? Draw up your plans and I'll take a look at them, I told Mardor. Yes! The Night King is coming! For Arcan! For Amelia Clark! Hey, Vest. Nope. Vlad! Q in! Galdoth! He was our true hope the whole time! Alright, that's it. Charge! And it doesn't even matter because we won! That actually got really close. But he survived with 11 HP. We did it! Yes! Okay. Actually, that helps. That'll work against the vampires. Actually, no, it won't. The vampires can't do shit. We're undead too. Please don't let Galdoth be killed by a Stark Wolverine. Hey, this is Vlad the Vampire. Zombies, zombies, zombies. What's in your head? This vampire is not a mass murderer. One, 2, 6 as well. It's not that bad. Hey, let's turn around and get some. It's not that bad, actually. Ah, easy fight. Actually an easy fight. Finally. Come at me, bros. The Vlads are in! His brothers at arms! They're coming! What is this scouting? Okay. No, this is Vlad the Vampire. Get it right. Easy for once. Nah, man, he's Vlad the Vampire. I sat on a tree stump with Martyr's maps on my lap, studying them for hours. His plan seemed solid. With a modest force, we could push our way through the borders of Great Arcan, robbing graveyards and villages along the way to reinforce our army. If we marched all day and night, which my undead troops are quite capable of, I would be sitting on the throne of Great Arcan within the month. But then, it would be too late for the armies along the western borders to turn back. By then, it would be too late for the armies along the western borders to turn back, and even if they did, we would have an army twice their size, 5 times their size if we really wanted to dominate them. Shall I make the arrangements? Martyr asked from over my shoulder. No. What? I folded the maps and tucked them inside my shirt for another purpose. We're not attacking Great Arcan, I said. I know my history, Martyr, and every time a necromancer becomes a threat, the entire world mobilizes against them. No one, not even schmorks or trolls, wants to be ruled by someone who consorts with the dead. But we can conquer them all. No, there is no louder death knell for a necromancer than becoming too ambitious. We could rule the world. Why remain weak? Martyr shouted. I don't want to be weak, Martyr. Just harmless in the eyes of my enemies. Neither do I want to rule the world. Where will that get me? Dead, most likely. No, I can do all that I want with my small piece of the world, and that is good enough for me. Now, go before your insolence angers me! Martyr vanished as I commanded, but this would not be the end of it. I pulled Martyr's maps from my shirt and smiled as I came up with another use for them. Kill Amelia Clark! Kill Amelia Clark! Death to Amelia Clark! Finish Amelia Clark! continue. I rolled my letter around Martyr's maps describing his strategy for conquering Great Arcan and sealed it with some black wax. This was my first correspondence as King of Necros, so it hadn't occurred to me until now that I was going to need a signet ring. Oh well, my thumb would do for now. I'm interested to see where this is going. Oh boy, guess what we get to do? That's right, we get to go fight another company of zombies! Another company of zombies! And I can't use any spell points! Because I need to save them! Aren't you guys glad we're back? Nope, this is the death campaign. Hey, you got it. Well, Heroes 4 sampled a lot of themes, is the thing. Like, that's why my videos get, copyrighted, because like the themes they sampled have been used since then. Like, I showed it on the stream. Like, the grass theme keeps popping up as some song from 2017. That I don't know what the song's about. It's not in English, but it's the exact same theme. Dan is getting muted because thanks, Twitch. Finally, the morales start coming in. So this is going to be that campaign where the second scenario takes longer than the first fucking scenario, isn't it? Awesome. I was so happy that the first one went quickly. I figured, alright, maybe we'll even be able to start the next campaign tonight. You know, hype, 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 and no. We're just, this is life. This is where we are. Na 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 na. Dun 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 Holy fuck. Where's the imp strat? Well, I plan on taking another fight right after this. See? So yes, to play it safe and guarantee victory without losing anything. We're doing that again. We did that again. Anything good? No. Also, are there any enemies on this? I mean, there's orange somewhere out there. Yeah, there's a blue and a green. Where the hell are they? Through the gates, I guess. Imagine if you could team and farm summoned imps. I'm 2-manning the map challenge. Oh. He said he never played any. Yeah, Paul never played any of the games. He's just a bro. I mean, I like the Conflux theme, but yeah, I heard that about it too. See you, Jibo. I mean, the way this scenario is going, you probably will. I agree that the music is this game's best feature. And only feature. Alright, as I said, I want to take another fight this turn. This was that other fight. And this is what we saved all of our spell points for those wondering. I know I can win this, we've done this before. Excuse me, what? How? How does that make any sense? They reached them the first time and not the second time? As you can see, I'm starting to actually try and be a little conservative with the spell points. Oh yeah, it makes sense. They got fatigued. There it is. Salimir ibn Wali Barat. Okay. Okay. I don't have a bow, but okay. I don't believe there was one offered here. No, there was not. If I get a bow, we can slow down the level 5 death magic. What the fuck? Anyway, if I get a bow, we can slow down the ghosts. He's faster than the ghosts. Only for turn 1, though. Gotta make use of that 20% damage. I'd rather go back and use that again. And honestly, while I'm up here, can we beat the gargoyles? Like, is that a fight we can take? I actually can. So snag this mine while we're here. Yeah, there's really no way to save those. Save him in this fight. But I don't need the vampire for this fight, so let's take him off. Easy solution. Easier solution, there you go! I don't think that actually will work the way I want it to. Whatevs. I can buy more potions. Literally right now. We've heard them. I literally play them to start. I played them at the start of all the Heroes 3 themes streams because they're not played in the game. Silver mine for 1,000 gold is a pretty good deal. I agree. I agree. Potion seller. I'm going into battle. Can you send ballistas to buy potions? I believe so. Yes. I dare you to do another zombie fight, but with the animation speed the slowest. No. No. Skelpins suck in this game. Jesus. A little overkill on the spellcasting then. Vlad shall not fall today. Nah. Easy. Maybe they're just heavily affected by curse. I mean, yeah, I guess curse and weakness added up there. Expert death magic. It is required to learn Grandmaster Necromancy. Now can we start getting Necromancy offered? Like, in theory, we should be good now, right? We have Expert death magic. So, in theory, we should be able to be offered the last two for Necromancy. What's gonna happen is we're gonna get these two instead, but Yeah! Alright, so we're going full circle, now we can go south. Has there been a complete-a-thon before this? Not for me. I have never played Heroes 1 before, so this is the first time I've ever even undertaken this. Fuck Hoda save. Yeah, fuck Hoda. Not even close, baby. Ooh. Ooh. Unfortunately, I can't fucking use it in this map. It's Meyer. Yeah, I remember reading that one. I knew I had seen that before. I have come to believe that there are two great forces at work in the universe, creation and destruction, and I have dedicated myself to understanding one of them in the hope of learning the secrets of the universe as well. Destruction is indiscriminate. It uses all of us for its purpose. There was a time when I thought only necromancers such as myself represented the force of destruction and death. Not true. All things must crumble. All things must die. This is the one truth in the universe. And thus, even a nation commanded by a necromancer, the embodiment of death, must be destroyed. When others, like the powerful necromancer, Sandro the Mandro, sought to control the world, the force of destruction supported them temporarily. Then, for lack of a better description, it changed its mind. Destruction and death turned upon itself. That's why no single man has ever ruled the world for long. All things must die. As long as our fickle universe doesn't notice what you're doing, you're safe! See? Look, he learned. He said he was a student of history. When am I going to finish those Heroes 2 single scenarios? Believe it or not, if I have the time during the work year, that's what I planned on doing. A couple scenarios every weekend. Since that would be my only free time. But I don't know if I'm going to have the time, so I can't promise it. He only lost because Joyo had the plot armor. No. Craig Hack had the plot armor. Look! Living creatures! Living creatures! They're alive! So it's 2 off of each every time. They have 7 shots left. I think we have enough. That should be it, right? No more shots? What?! So I can win this fight. I definitely believe I can win this fight. And I'm going to win this fight right here. What I want to do, actually, is wait. I will retake this, but not yet. I'll retake it when I have Grandmaster Necromancy. Because then those will be vampires. The legendary KFC spell. Vlad, why? Easier to fight them alone. Honestly, that's not even the point. I'm gonna wait until I have Grandmaster Necromancy. Because as that showed, we can clearly win that fight. It's not winning the fight that's gonna be the issue there. Hi. Ah, there it is. Can't even use it in this map. Awesome. Oh, Vlad! Vlad, I want you to have brothers. I want you to have a family, Vlad. But I can't do it with this army, Vlad. Sucks. Means we're not getting this either. But I can't fight vampires. Not as presently constructed. Wow, Findo. Wow! So where is there to go? Like, we've done that. Or at least seen that, but even this is a dead end. Down there. Alright, well we can still fight those. Let's go after the ghosts. Ooh. Ah. It's a better version of Ray Skeletons. In combat necromancy. Well, fuck that then. Oh no! Living creatures! Soon they will serve me. Hey Goliath, this campaign is the best? Wow. Oof. Is the Sanus campaign from Heroes 3 on YouTube? Well, considering I've done all the Heroes 3 campaigns 4 times on stream, yes! Kill them all! Not, I mean, foolhardy waywardness. After you get done the first week of the first scenario, it's pretty trivial. Can I take the zombie? The mummies. Yes. Unless we yoink them away. Nah, it's not worth it. Nope, never played on 5 before. We are once again in the realm of campaigns I have never played before. Man, those aren't living either. Actually, I think the Cerberus are. So maybe. I awoke to find Martyr waiting, hovering over my bed. No doubt he was thinking about killing me. I wonder if he knows that can never happen. As part of the spell that bound Martyr's spirit to my service, I crushed his skull into a powder and mixed it with some ink. With that ink, I tattooed Martyr's name on the living skin of my left arm. He was mine forever. "How are things at the borders?" I asked cheerfully. Martyr hated it when I was happy. "Captain Enric is manning our final southern garrison. After that, I have commanded him to march his forces to the north." "Why did you do that?" "Because we have lost our opportunity to conquer Great Arcan. For some reason, Queen Amelia has withdrawn 1/3 of her forces in the west to protect her southeastern borders. I want Enric in the north in case she plans to march against Necros. She won't," I said confidently. "How can you be so sure?" "Because she's only reacting to my letter. In a neighborly gesture, I sent her your attack plans as a warning about the weaknesses we discovered in her defenses." "You what?" Martyr shouted. I scowled at the Spectre and said, "Watch your tone." For a moment, Martyr tried to overpower the sorcery that bound him to me, but then he lowered his head and said, "Apologies, Master." "That's better," I said. "What you don't understand, Martyr, is there are different ways to fight a war, or not to fight one. Wars are costly. That's why I sent the maps to Queen Amelia." "I still don't understand, Master." "Necromancers such as myself have a well-deserved reputation for a certain level of maniacal ambition. Queen Amelia expects Necros to seek the destruction of everyone around it, and perhaps the world too. By sending Amelia Clark these maps, I have white knighted myself and given her more plot armor that she doesn't deserve. I mean, I have cast just a sliver of doubt into her view of me. From now on, she will wonder if I am a man who can be dealt with. She'll ask herself why I didn't attack her kingdom, when she knows I was fully capable of conquering Great Arcan. And as you cannot fathom my reluctance to rule the world, she will not understand why I gave up this opportunity." "Then what?" Martyr asked. "Then I survive. Long after Great Arcan and Paladra fall, even after whatever kingdoms come after them have faded into obscurity, the cross will be right where it has always been, and I will be sitting on its throne. That, Martyr, is my kind of victory," I said. Yay! Ha! Yay! It's not why I'm mad, I'm just annoyed. It's like, this whole game has been Amelia Clark getting white knighted. Solomir's like, "Oh, she's a great leader, yes, yes." And it's like, no, the fuck she is. Like, she's a terrible leader. Look at all the shit she's doing. Can you please stop? This is why I brought the Vampire Lord, by the way. I just needed to make sure I could whittle them down enough so that he could tank. Did you not? Ah, fuck it. Excuse me? What? What? That's not even close! They said the skeletons could get right here! Right here! That's as far as the blue line went! God damn! That's not where it said they'd go! It's not even like there was a unit in the way that could have moved! That's just not where it said they could go! Holy fuck, this is just flat out garbage! This fucking combat map is just absolute bullshit! I'm tired of 100 round long combats, but this is fucking garbage! Watch, they'll somehow get them. They'll get them over this fucking tree here. We don't have any fucking money to get a real army. We can't use necromancy because every fucking unit on this map is undead. This is fantastic. This is a great campaign. I can clearly see why this is everybody's favorite. Spectacular. My God. What? What? I swear to God, if the fucking skeletons somehow magically reach this spot. Even better. I mean, it's not a spoiler spell, but yes, there's a spell to get no retaliation. We obviously don't fucking have it. Yes, Chaos Campaign is after this one. It's the only one left. From the original campaigns. Whee! Can we fucking hit him, please? Master Necromancy. Alright, we have 3 levels now to get Grandmaster Necromancy. How much good will it do us on this map? Probably fuck all, but 3 levels to pull it out. Just like we pulled our dicks out of your mothers last night. Only just now got that far. Just okay, there it is. I guess I gotta go that way to get out there, because clearly need to get to this tent. Told you we'd find you a family, Vlad. Look at this kid. See ya, Helkarsk. You'll be waiting a long time for Hero 7. Hey, Murph. Oh, it's real interesting, you know? It's, whew. Riveting gameplay, truly, truly. Yeah, it's a company of mummies. Excuse, that is not where it said they would go! Again! Fuck, game, if you're gonna give a goddamn measurement for how far they can move, at least follow it! Holy fuck! Excellent. Just spectacular every time. Fucking garbage piece of shit. I mean, there's clearly space in between them. Clearly space in between them. Again, there's clearly space there. Goodbye, Uncle Jonathan. Hello, Nublar. Taking the fight for golden experience, because I want EXP here. I want Grandmaster Necro. So when I go and fight the fucking life guys that keep raiding me, I can get it. fuck? Yay! And we didn't even level up! All my units now have +2 speed. That's literally all I really got out of that. Also, I'm gonna save just to be safe here. Should have done that after the fight, but whatevs. Oh, that's a spoiler. Alright, game, can you not be right next to my area? Please. Fuck off. Fuck off, please. The growth rate on my bone dragons is terrible. I mean, my god. No, it's not how they follow the. It's not that they follow the nearest enemy. They just for some reason have an affinity to go after the vampires until the hero gets low on health, or apparently the summons get low on health, and then they go for the kill on them. Look at all these not vampires. It's the point that I'm actually going to save the rest of those fights. I meant to save before I entered the fight, but I'll save now. Excuse me, I'm standing here. Oi! Oi! Stop that, please. Now let's do that again. Without losing all the ramps, please. One more time. I can save even more of these. And out of curiosity. Even doing this multiple times is more interesting than what we had been doing. Of course. Alright. No losses, there you go. Just normal ranges one, at least now I have a way to do ranged attacks. Normal crossbow, yeah. I think that's still better for right now. Yeah, but we'll switch it. That's definitely better though. I'll be right back. Don't worry guys, I washed my hands. Yeah, I was ready with cancellation. Vamps versus living creatures, pog, 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 pog. No loss, the balance intensifies. We can feel the balance flowing back through us. But again, I can't do anything else over here. Unless... Square formation. 2, 3, 4, and 2 should be where I want it. Ah, it's gonna be low dozens. Okay, that wasn't quite what I wanted. 3. I should have went with 3. Hold on. 3. There we go. That's what I wanted. And now we hit him with the Wonder Fire! And we hit him again with the one. Nope. Yeah. No. We hit him again with the Wonder Fire! Fuck. The hell kind of health could he have gotten? I was gonna say, I didn't lose any health. That's right, I have bind! What the hell am I doing? Hold on, there's a far better way to do this. Get out of my army. Still run though. But if I summon sprites, will they give chase? No, they're too smart for that. And therein lies the issue. I can bind them, but I can't do enough else on top of it. Hold on. I believe. I really do believe I can pull this off. Has to be the first turn. Looks like we didn't stall him enough. And now obviously we're trapped. And without a self-heal, I don't see a way to pull this off. Okay, so alternative strategy. Let's bring along the ghosts. That's what I was afraid of. How far do they go? Could this work? Well, not if they're just gonna do that. I believe. Line speed, kite. I mean, I'd like to do that, but is that what you're saying Rams doesn't know about? The bind? Because I was really waiting for an arrow, a way to shoot. Like, I knew I had the arrow, I just had no way to use it. This is the one, right? Yes. Okay, they're now both bound. Well, this will officially test whether they're going for them or not. And they are, okay. Have speed, my ghosts. Whatever you do, just don't get caught. Get that, and we thought the ghosts would never come in handy. Yeah, it would have been too much to hope for. And we can now fight vamps. Look at this. Mwah. Beautiful. It might even have been more beneficial to have brought the vampires into this fight. For the sole reason that we could have snagged some retails off of them. But we won. I'll bring the vamps into the mansion fight. Gotcha. Ghost Loki OP, Ghost MVP. I mean, I think we could have achieved the same thing with the vampires now that I think about it. But we won, we won. That's what matters. So now we want to prove it. Yep. Yeah. Yes, I knew they were about to get hit. I didn't really care. Wanted to finish off one of the stacks. Oi, fight me. Yeah, that's what I thought. See ya. I only have 2 more levels, game. Give me Grandmaster Necro. I mean, I'll take advanced demonology. Yeah, we do not have summon servers. It's not what I wanted. Demonology it is, yeah. I'm making sure we get Grandmaster Necro before this scenario is over, by the way. I will roll the level up. We should be able to. I mean, I have Master here. This says it's required to learn Grandmaster, which means Grandmaster should be able to be offered. And I'll start buffing Death Magic in the meantime, because why not? Where is he? A mí no me gusta. I mean, this does work, technically, but, it's not what I'm trying to do. There we go. Oh, 1 HP. Come on. That's getting thrown on. So now they're definitely getting slowed and bound. That is, that will help. That will help. Yeah, la 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 Death is a weaker slow spell than Order. Meh. I mean, the problem isn't that it's weaker necessarily. The problem is that it just doesn't work on the other undead. I was curious as to what was in here. Now I see that it's nothing. Whoa, why are you here? Who are you? Straker, get the fuck out of here. Oh, the one way. It's gonna be one of these maps. Okay, that's 10 though. That's definitely low band. I know he's up here. Unfortunately, it looks like slow is a chance spell. Dumbos. So this crossbow has a range penalty? I don't know if it's worth it. I'm sure it probably is, but... like, it doesn't look like it's slowing. So I'll just play it by ear. There he is. Band of Bone Dragons are the only way to progress? No, I can go... well, I don't know, but I can go this way, and presumably that'll send me eventually out to here. Problem is I'm being raided. Like, gotta do something about these enemies in here. Well, this crossbow has no... yeah, the way I've been used to crossbow is no range penalties. That's what I've gotten used to. I'm not seeing any benefit to using that. One over the other, I should say. Dumb attack. This terrain is beautiful, though. The vampires, at least. My vampires, at least. I should say. Crown of the Supreme Magi guy, baby! We finally saved one Vlad, hell yeah, man. Might bug the map? What do you mean, might bug the map? That order campaign was the worst just because it took fucking forever. Like, there were too many scenarios, man. That should not have taken as long as it did. It's Bhutan. I don't know what you're saying might bug the map, though. Oh, this might bug the map? Nah. The order campaign took 34 hours. That was longer than pretty much any other chunk of game. Game, not even campaign. Just game that we had done up until this point. Like, all the Armageddon's Blade campaigns combined. less than 30 hours. All the SOD campaigns, less than 30 hours. All the ROE campaigns, less than 10 hours. Like, the Succession Wars, less than 34 hours. The expansions, 36 hours. Like, it was that bad. Just to speed these fights up. Because we're clearly not getting a slow off of this right now. Like, what the fuck? How does clicking out of the little box there cause him to attack? Yo, Vamps, come on. What are you doing? Awesome. I don't know if champion's too hard for them, but when you have 2 zombies and a hero against 16 vampires and a stronger hero running up to you, I can see why they ran. Fuck, I'm fucking trying to right click here. Stop moving to the damn spot when I right click. This is ridiculous. And why do these guys sometimes just not fucking follow over here? What? What? I've said from the get-go, this combat map is fucking atrocious. It is god fucking awful. This has been, is, and remains the most fucking garbage part of this game. And whatever the fuck this... Jesus Christ! Like, please, game! The hell is this glitch? Fine. Yep, that's balanced. I knew what that did because you guys had said it, but very well balanced. And let's go pick up whatever they were holding. Actually, let's not. Let's again save. I'm saving those specifically. Or we will go up here because they have an army now. Interesting. There you go, no losses. Which do I really need? Kind of the Magi is fucking legit in this game. Oh, of the Supreme Magi. Like, holy shit. The Great Cal. Hey, Tanjoni. No problem. Vlad and his great choir of the transparent ladies. Vlad and his brethren, man. They're ready. Only 10 times better of an artifact. Yeah, we only had to fight dozens of vampires to get it, you know, no biggie. I don't have a sawmill, I just realized. It wasn't up there, so... It's gonna be a smaller band. I think they're too split for this to work. I didn't put the Badge of Fear back on? Badge of Courage back on? Hold on, even sped up? I'm not faster than them? I guess I'm not. Nothing of value was lost. Last level up, it better be what I want. One of the requirements of Master Death Magic. I can see I'm gonna have to level that up too. There's summon Ice Demon. Interesting. I don't have it, but I, in theory, will if I opt to level up Nature Magic. Which I honestly haven't decided on yet. Can't really do anything with that. My assumption was this is where I was going to go anyway, so that does, in theory, work. Also, yeah, I had this on. What the fuck? Oh, no, yeah, all friendly targets. The fuck? Good job, game. It was a really good fight. I mean, that was the plan as soon as I got the bind. I honestly think I could have done it better. The problem is I didn't feel like reloading it. But if I didn't have all the ghosts, they would have been split better for me. Could have kited them with the vampires, in theory. In theory. Not a fan of losing Potion of Immortality on it, but make do. Solid. Yeah, I unfortunately think that there's just too much when they're split like this. I mean, I can clearly win this fight. The problem is I don't want to waste the potions to do it. And it's obviously going to cost me a Potion of Immortality, so let's do this one instead. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. The map of undead that I have to kite all the fights with because I don't have. Hey, I'm pushing my toe. Because I don't have the ability to use the vamps the way I want to is taking longer. Observant, good sir. shame too. I really did think this was going to go quicker after that first scenario. It had so much promise. And yet here we are. I have an extra potion now, so I don't mind. Oh, they stole it. Interesting. What? Oh. I guess that would do it. Fuck these guys, just seriously. Fuck Magi. Okay, I see, so the map would have ended right there. Glad I didn't go that way then. Would have wasted some time. Just in case. I feel like this won't take nearly as long as it usually does. Just a hunch. Hello, Congo. You can see him. I don't know what the... Every time you show up, you say this. There's not much to see, dude. Like, it's the same fucking heroes. Jesus. This might actually be worse. Wouldn't have to keep playing to keep them alive if the fucking map didn't keep forcing me to have just as much as I do. Oh, I can't wait until I manage to get hit. Yep. Even though there was clearly a strip in between that they shouldn't have been able to reach. See you, dreamer. Right, this is going, I'm gonna doubt I will be. One of them at least. But you just don't. The spinning rainbow lines of magic are invisible to all but a trained eye, but you can see where they converge above this spot in a gleaming ball almost too bright for you to look at. You will find no better place for a gateway. Now, you only need to shatter the Angel's Blade on the spot to find out if your theories are correct. Okay. Awesome. Angels, even better. Onto the Cerberus again. Who would have thought it? Excuse me? The fuck is this? Well, now you guys know why I built a castle over here. Good old undead with no shooters. Should've done that. And a 3. What the fuck? What the what? How is he not on top of the tower for that hit? God damn. There you go. Ishbuel, thanks for the host. Typical death town, no shooters, yeah man. Breaking the door by hitting it hard enough, yeah. I mean, that's not what you expect to get out of a castle. Thank God they built vampires. The enemy dead, but they vanish after combat ends. And they vanish after combat. Mass cancellation, alright. Aura of Fear. Awesome. So, put that on my vampires. Although that won't work on the vampires, actually. We'll find out. And it's blocked. All the caravans are blocked. Yay. Where's that plan? That's alright, got 20 good vamps. Actually useful. There's a mansion out there. There's crap out there. Where the fuck did this guy go? Did he run back? There's that green tent that I want. There's a town over here as well, I believe I've seen, yeah, right there. Been building it up. Alright, so we're rushing that way. Basically is what this is coming down to. You know what? We'll do this later. I don't need to do this right now. I don't have enough patience to do this right now. We'll come back. Come back. Hypnotize any good in this game? Yeah, it is. Did you not watch the Order campaign? See, again, I see Venom spawns as great against me, but bad if I was to try to use them. Stronger ambush. That's how I read that spell. Hark Devils? Where the hell did you get those? Nice try. You can't build both Arc Devils and Bone Dragons though, so how does he have those? See if we can bait the guy back. Trap him back here. Oh, that works too. Interesting. This one will defend a town. Two, three, four. It's like that. Is it? Yes. The square formation's weird. I'm trying to get it down. Yes. Alright. Yeah, I'm aware that it's chaos. Chance we could level up off of this. Still going for Grandmaster Necro. 3 devils. Where the fuck? Unless this town is both built, but I don't think you're allowed to do that. Shriek! Shriek! This isn't quite ideal. Probably gonna have to redo this one. I can buy more potions of immortality. I'm not worried about using that. In fact, I could honestly care less about having to use that. Question now is, can I get all the vamps back? Yes, I can! Woo! No losses. Well, no losses of consequence. I don't care about the ghosts. Shriek! Blue player's been eliminated. Honestly, that works out better that that didn't level us up. Shriek! I know it's not possible, that's why I was saying, how do they have okay, that's where they have devils from. Did they take the dragons from the other town then? Because that doesn't add up otherwise. Interesting. So basically, the death faction is fuck life. I know what that does. Mass sorrow. Raise ghost, alright. We have suffered attack after attack without replacements from our commander. The boys and I have agreed to sneak you through the gate if you'll bring us 8 bone dragons. Well, I have 8 bone dragons here. The problem is I don't think I can ferry them anywhere. So they shall fly themselves. Yep, that would block the path. But that'll do it. I can buy that. Interesting. So we're gonna level up off. Oh, perfect. If I can level up off of that thing, that works. And we will, okay. Because I believe I've already hit one of them in this map. Grandmaster Necro. That ain't it, Chief. That still ain't it, Chief. Try the other ball. I shouldn't need this to get Grandmaster Necro. I already have that spell, you loser. Loser game. There's your devils, yeah. Does ghosts have to form a union? Nah. Caravans are a thing. Thanks, champ! Here's the problem with that. The path was blocked, as I knew. I know there's an animate dead that acts permanently, because I used it in one of the 2 times I played this before these campaigns. Is Raise Vampire good? Not really. I mean, it's situationally useful. But as far as level 5 spells, the one that insta-wipes things looks a little better. Hand of Death or whatever it was. Wait a day. That's what I'm doing. Went somewhere else instead to reset the RNG. Because it shouldn't be that I can't get it. Like, it seems pretty clear we're eligible for it. $39 ghosts. At this point I have gold to spare, so what does this do? Alright. Got it! There it is! Skeletons, ghosts, or vampires equal to 30% of the strength of a defeated enemy as long as that number doesn't exceed 200 experience points of undead plus 10% per level of the... I don't know what the fuck that means. Just give me vampires, please. Got it! Clutch level. It worked. The baiting worked. Alright, while we wait for those dragons, let's go farm a little bit out here. By farm, I mean there's this up here that I would like. Trying to see if there are any stat boosts out here. Don't seem to be. thought that was a tree of knowledge at first. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Cerberus must be killing me, Smalls. It's gonna take 3 turns just to get there anyway. Yeah, it took 3 turns just to get to Chimera. Oi. Don't steal my vamps, you bitch. It is unfortunate that the caravan system's not gonna work, though. Make getting back so much easier. Actually, still quicker to do this. I was gonna say it shouldn't matter at all, but are vampires with flagging the dwelling? Well, I don't get vampires for undead. It's not like Heroes 3. That's why this map has honestly annoyed me so much. Like, I'm playing the death campaign, and I can't do any of the supposed to be fun stuff that these guys can do. Well, yes, and here so you don't get vampires from necromancy, you get skeletons. Thanks, Sherlocks. I'm not gonna go too far over here, because if there's nothing worth getting, then I'm just gonna run back to this town and hope I can caravan. I should be able to. You don't realize how much we appreciate what you have done. We can finally sleep through the night knowing that this gate is well defended. So, would you like us to slip you through the gate now? Yes, I would. Because this game is silly. That allows me to just do that, and we're good now. Alright, the path is now clear. Start sending some vampires out there. Nah, it's looking like it's just ruins. Alright, at least we checked. Aw. Finally found Rito the Imp at my trading post. Yeah, I'd say that would be more broken. Imagine having all vampires in place of what used to just be all liches, fam. That seems pretty broken. Sorry. Yeah. As broken as that thing is when you get liches off of it, now you get vampires, which you can just finagle to get vampire lords instead, the same way you can finagle it to get power liches. And I think that answers that question quite sufficiently. Why is he not going for the others? Unupgraded vampires are not good. Okay, but you wouldn't be getting unupgraded vampires. You'd be getting vampire lords. Unless you, for some reason, decide not to stack the deck and go with an all-vampire lord army. You can finagle it that you always, such that you would always get power liches. You get 2/3 of the amount. Okay, they're still vampire lords, like they won't die. It's... Make combat last longer overall. Would it? I disagree. I think it would work the exact same way. You just rush the vampire lords in. The difference is they'd actually regenerate off of themselves. So you wouldn't lose any. Alright, this is the key turn here. Can we get from here to Kilkee? Yes, we can, and we're done. Even if it is 7 days, we're gonna get there, so even if they capture it, I don't really care. The big thing is to make sure they don't run through that portal. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. So I believe one guy went to the west there. I don't have to really care about that right now. Got to save before the fight started. Max Mundi. Three vampires. Grandmaster Necromancy. A balanced skill. And guess what should still be here? Did you guessed it? Oh, you know what? Honestly, go back this way. They're gonna be that close. Actually, I'm glad I did that, because that's the one with the angels. He attacked me! Whoa! Bold strategy there, Cotton. How many vampires are we getting off of this fight? Three more vampires, alright. I know I just got that person penny pinching, but I don't really care. Where was that one? I guess the one was down there. Should use that instead of the caravans. Yeah, we have officially reached balanced levels of vampire lording. Imagine if vampires overgrew their starting number. Does Firebolt do more than Plague? I mean, it's more I don't care enough to cast Plague. And Firebolt's free. Since it comes off the wand. Nicker has an upper limit on number of creatures possible. Well, there you go. So we're getting 3. I'll still take 3. I'm sure that was what I just didn't read. 1% enemy... 30% of the strength, as long as that number doesn't exceed 200 experience points of undead. Plus 10% per level of 3. Okay, so that's why it's 3. Whatever that means is what's causing that. Still, it's 3 vamps per fight. I ain't even mad. And let's waltz into here. As I finally think we may be seeing an end to this scenario. Okay, so now they're coming through the other path. Because of course they are. I think this place might actually be useful. It is. Okay, well, now I made it to the other gate anyway, so... What's this way? I was right, it was this way. Ghosts? Yeah, I knew where that was. $116 peasants, oh my god. Yeah, I'm at the point where I think I just fucking fly over this shit. I mean, I assumed you could get Grandmaster Necro on the first map, but I obviously needed to go for combat, because I don't believe this would have been very doable without it. Oh, I bought that. I need this, though. Ah, now we can summon wolves. Yippee. La 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 la. I'm gonna assume that was their last town. I'm also gonna run back out this way, because I know there's that wandering Archangel army out here somewhere. There's the one way. And there they are. Big ass armor. Doesn't someone feel stupid? Nice Diplo, by the way. That has to be what these are. I don't see how else you could possibly be getting so many ghosts. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. Net gain of 1. I don't know how the AI managed to lose 2, but whatever. Balanced. I get a feeling I'm going to enjoy the rest of this campaign a lot more. Now that we suffered through this scenario. Oh my god. So my guess is I have to go down there. Yes, there is. Now we truly see how Rams lost his sanity in this run, dude. It hurt. Yeah, I was gonna say, I could max out Necro and then die at the start of this map. Like, a random biggest army. I mean, I don't know if that was random. That was the block into this zone. What? Oh shit. I'm purposely taking the fight against the Medusas first, because I have to assume that's what the quest is going to be. Just based on the fact that it's, well, here. Also, I was clearly spoiled in the last campaign, because I'm noticing a distinct lack of, stat boosts in this. The Demon Warrior sums up your abilities at a glance and offers you the hilt of the Angel's Blade. Do you take it? To your surprise, a Demon Warrior stands guard over the Angel's Blade. He tells you how this weapon was forged by an ancient demon, not an angel, as some believe. It is his duty to protect the weapon and, someday, pass it on to one who deserves it. The one known as Galdoth, half-dead, can have it, but only after he reaches 18th level! So I got it, right? Yeah. What would happen if you didn't reach 18th level? How did you lose 6? Or is it just not possible not to reach 18th level in this? Yeah, alright, I've seen enough. So yeah, no stat boosts. Here we go. I'm also feeling the effect of no Christian's gloves and boots. Yeah, let's go free Calabar! It takes almost a full day of spellcasting for you to conjure the power necessary to shatter an artifact like the Angel's Blade. Near exhaustion, you place the weapon on the ground directly beneath the magical convergence and step on the blade. Grasping the hilt in your dead right hand, you use the last of your strength to lift. The explosion sends you flying like a ragdoll into a nearby bush. But when you finally open your eyes, you see a gateway standing before you. First, you notice the sky choked with a swirling black smoke. The air is hot, humid, and putrid with the smell of sulfur, and the charred ground crunches beneath your feet like a forest of dry leaves. You have come to another world, a world that has seen the domination of the Kriegans. Obviously, this is a only I can pass through sort of thing. Contains all death magic spells, how about that? 1.7k, holy shit. And for our efforts we get 3 vampire lords. 3 vampires. Not vampire lords. I mean, that's not going to do me any good. I already have all the spells I can use. Where'd the green one come out at? Unload the autosave. Oh! Never mind. Oh, I see. At least I think I see how this is supposed to work. And then is that the one that sends me back to there? Maybe. Grant some death ward, let's go. Peasant's OP, shut up. Equip sword. Nah, I don't need the sword. The explosion was so massive you went flying to the nearby bush. Yeah, man. Gotta watch out for those explosions, man. Hey, look at that. It's a shield I'm probably not going to use. Actually, I stand corrected. I will use that shield. I see where the game's going with this, by the way. At least I think I do. Excuse me, am I not able to regen off of these? Yeah, I am. I guess I was just taking that much damage. That is balanced right there. Ho ho, baby. Where's that one with the slow on it? Craig hasn't theme, by the way. There we go. I'd say that'll do the trick. Turns into another kite fiesta, but well, sure, now it resists. And for all that, we get 3 vampires. I'll be right back. Those demons are really trying. Hey man, they should have tried harder. Yeah, so I usually take this break about an hour ahead of now, but honestly, I'm gonna take it now because I love the snow theme. Oh ho ho! I know I was thirsty. I mean, the snow theme is lit. There's no denying this. Alright. This is a beautiful theme. It really is. It's a cool series of one-way teleporters as well. I don't know what it's going to accomplish in the end, but... Ooh, pretty sword. But I don't want it. I want my fireball. Uh-oh. They were ready! They guarded the exit! Oh no! Shit! This could be bad. Nah, we cool, fam. We cool. It's all good in the hood. What? I didn't have it active? Oh, that's lame. That is lame. At least we know we can easily win this fight. Alright, shoot them first round. Wait. Draw out the retail because we can. Let's not waste a turn and actually cast speed. Probably got a little too overeager there. Maybe not, maybe not. Alright. And then I should get the 3 I lost back. So, beautiful. I will take these losses. To the bank. Got him. Put him down. That was it? Oh shit, he's right here! What? Wait, then where'd the blue one go? Sorry, I gotta know. The fuck? There's so many spots. Ah, that's cool. Okay, it's not one or... Okay, where's one? Like, this is... Double dwelling. Now, I know this isn't the case, but it would be really cool if, this world was... Instead of just being some random world that... that the demons took over. if they had made it Enroth and tried to play it off as, yeah, you know, the Kriegans planned Armageddon all along. Also, why would I ever want to go back through that? Like, if this is the end of the map, like, he's right here. You spot a naked corpse sprawled over a rock formation that appears to have been used as a crude altar. In some places, bone shines through the rotting flesh. You should not be afraid of a corpse, but you approach cautiously, pausing before you touch the body. Something is wrong. That's when it moves. You draw away, not in terror like most people would, but into a defensive posture. Weakly, the rotting man pushes himself up and turns his head toward you. Even though some of the flesh has been burned away, you still recognize him. You would know Master Calabar, even if he were just bare bone. Huh. Master! You say, immediately prostrating yourself before the Lich. Galdoth! He says. His voice sounds old and dry. Just like that, you are no longer Galdoth the Half-Dead, King of Necros, but just plain Galdoth, servant of a master necromancer. Calabar pitches forward suddenly, and you catch him before he hits the ground. You sense none of the power that used to be locked within his undead body. What has become of your master, and how did he get to this cursed place? Don't worry. I am here now. Soon, you will be strong again, you say as you gently place Calabar over your shoulder. We did it! Yeah, we finally beat that one. What a weird map. Jesus, that map. That was painful. Let us hope the rest of the campaign is better.
Why can't everyone see the inherent goodness in destruction, or the evil in creation? A forest cannot live without the nutrients provided by the destructive force of a forest fire. And if I am wrong, then why is the lifeblood of creation, water, the most destructive force on the planet?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Why am I limited to level 24? I wanted to level up both nature and death now. I'm purposely not going to take Grandmaster Melee or Archery if I can get away with it. If I get any combat things on the map, I'll hope it buffs Archery, but I'm not going to go out of my way for it. I'm going to try and see if I can switch over to Death and Nature now. Whatever the special perk for that is. In an attempt to restore his master's power, Galdoth sets out to do the impossible. Activate all 5 points of power. But this isn't the best time to be away from home with the Kingdom of Necros in the middle of a demon rebellion. Victory condition, flag 5 points of power. Lost condition, lose Galdoth half-dead. Advanced game again. Carryover, Galdoth on all of his spells, skills, and experience. You know, I was hoping we would get that other hero, but whatever. Like a son proudly displaying his achievements to his father, I walked Calabar around my capital city, Necrom. I showed him the vast crypts beneath the city where bodies from all over Necros were stored in chambers kept cool by fire. A far easier task now that ice demons had joined us. At a moment's notice, my necromancers could raise them all to form a tremendous army. At last count, there were nearly 3,000 corpses down there, and in case of emergencies, the living population of Necrom could be killed to give us over 6,000 undead defenders. Calabar commented that my mage guild was no comparison to the old necromantic order, but he had not seen how far it had come in such a short time. It was growing, despite the fact that most people fear necromancers so much that they never dream of becoming one. I was finally getting volunteers, since I offered monetary incentives to families who surrendered any child below the age of 6 for necromantic instruction. With my master's help, the mage guild would certainly rival even the necromantic order someday. It's all yours, I told my master when we completed the tour. Master Calabar was silent for some time. He leaned on me for support, still too weak to exert himself for any length of time, and said, "It's a start." That was 4 months ago. That's it? I would have thought there would have been more. What a fucking quest beacon. Holy shit. I am red, right? Yes. I know, Garrison. I'm wondering what's going on here. It's annoying, but not a complete loss. I can build anything. Spells don't do me any good unless I get... What the fuck kind of lookout tower is that? Why would I ever go for that? Alright. Those are skeletons. I can't farm those. But before I get vampires, let's fight them. I would think he's able to solo this. Yeah. That's what you thought you passed into my lands, but it turned out you were wrong. Oh, get you baited. Ooh. So this is just an AoE poison, basically. Could you not? Wow. Alright, that worked. 2 vampires. Just like we drew it up, baby. This is definitely the superior one, though. I want my hero as far back as possible. That's unfortunate. Question now is, do I have enough vampires? I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't. For these fuckers. These guys suck. I definitely have enough for the dogs down here, though. This I should definitely have enough for the dogs down here. Really? Are you kidding? Riveting gameplay. Yeah, and two Vlads already. 3 more Vlads. Those are mummies. This might have worked if I hadn't come in here injured. It'll still work! Yeah! This is Venom Spawn, man. Needed that for the vamps. Months of tension between the Kriegans and the undead culminated last night in a riot that destroyed half of Necrom. My master was still too weak to deal with the rebellious demons and devils, and perhaps that was the reason for the uprising. I think they sensed his weakness, and if those creatures respect anything, it is strength. This clash was bound to happen. Word has been coming in from other parts of the kingdom about devils seizing several of our towns as their own. Necros has fallen into chaos. But chaos isn't a pit. Chaos is a ladder. The only good news is that the dissenters have not yet organized under a single leader. When they do, we will be doomed. This wouldn't have happened if you had been king. Mardor told me as we walked along Necrom's outer wall. If Mardor had been a solid being, I would have slapped him. Instead, I grabbed the cloak he insisted on wearing and threw it over the wall to the ground far below. Say that again, and I will order you to swim in holy water. Apologies, my master. Calabar is our king and master. This rebellion is a coincidence, I stated. Yes, master. I ordered Mardor to execute all the imps and demons caught during the riots. Their devil leaders escaped. Do it at the center of town, in front of the rest of their kind. That should be a lesson to them all. They must know that Master Calabar is still in charge. Leaving Mardor on the wall, I returned to my master's dusty study, in the dim corridors beneath the Mage Guild. Despite his weakness, he was working on some secret project. I wanted desperately to ask him what he was doing, but I learned long ago that my master was a private man who didn't appreciate curiosity in others. When I told him about the rebellion springing up all over Necros, he didn't seem surprised. A kingdom needs a powerful leader, and my body is still weak from the spell I cast to save myself from the reckoning, Calabar admitted. This was the first hint he had given me about how he escaped and ended up in the demon realm. I will protect you until you heal, master. I know, but I don't think I need your protection right now, he said. Lurking in every shadow of the large study was a vampire or ghost loyal only to Calabar. They were his personal guards. Then what can I do to help? The answer to that is an easy one, although the application might prove difficult now that the devils have taken over parts of Necros. I need you to activate the 5 points of power. I'll show you how. No one has been able to turn all 5 on at once. If you manage to do so, I will be able to draw enough magical energy for them to regenerate my spell-ravaged body and put those demons in their place, my master said, his skull gleaming with a lust for vengeance. At the time, I had thought his lust for vengeance was directed toward the demons. I was wrong. Oh boy, this ought to be interesting. Let me guess, he ends up being the big bad? Gonna have to put him down at the end of this one? Oh! The roasts. When will it stop? Easy. It's one layered Vlad. Yeah, they're layered like the ogre onions, you know? They saw how effective it was before and figured they'd just mimic it. And at this point I'm just waiting out that. I ended the turn to regain my health on Galdoth. Oh no, they're going for the... Alright. Saves me a level up, which is actually pretty important at this point. So Master Death Magic, unless it starts letting me spec into Nature Magic, I'm gonna go for Master Death Magic. I should probably take that fight, to be honest. There don't seem to be many more fights against the living to take. Sadly. Yeah, let's go for this one. Let's also check this. I already have that. With units this many in the first map? Oh yeah, man, it's always there. Champion difficulty, man. This morning we rode into a village and found some imps terrorizing its citizens. After we quickly dealt with the foolish creatures, I ordered my troops to sweep the hamlet for dead bodies. I desperately needed more troops. When I heard terrified screams coming from one of the huts, I rushed toward the sounds, thinking that an imp had somehow escaped us. I threw open the door and found the body of a middle-aged man on the floor, his neck ripped open and bloody. The vampire, Captain Enric, had a beautiful young woman pinned against the back wall. He planned to feed on her as well. "Enric!" I shouted. My next word was a magical command that drained the strength from the vampire's body. The woman broke free from Enric's grasp and ran to the nearest corner. There was no escape since I was standing in the hut's only doorway. Enric fell to the floor and looked up at me, confused. Once again, I longed for Martyr's competence. But I had left him behind in Necrom to protect my master and command the city's forces in case the demons rioted again. Enric was a poor substitute, controlled all too easily by his hunger. I glared first at the woman, letting her know in no specific words that I didn't want her to move. And then I walked across the room to stand over Captain Enric. "Why?" "Why?" he asked. I slapped him with all the strength in the undead half of my body. The blow might have killed a living man. "You disobeyed my orders, fool. The living are not to be harmed unless I give permission. Do you remember that?" I said. I had said those words before I left Necrom, because I knew if I was ever going to be able to put Necros back together, I needed the living population for the mines, farms, and shops. I needed them to feel they would be safe under my rule. Without them, Necros would have no economy. Enric began groveling too quickly. He didn't understand why I was protecting a living person, only that he had made a mistake and needed to plead to my sense of mercy. This was the same man who, when alive, betrayed Martyr in exchange for a vampire's immortality. I don't know what had drawn Enric to this lifestyle. Perhaps some romantic appeal, or fear of death, or just plain homicidal tendencies. But he was exactly the type of undead that I despised. Witless and consumed by their own sense of evil. I grabbed Enric by his long, dark hair and dragged him outside. "Bring me 5 spears!" I shouted to no one in particular. Enric screamed for forgiveness as I ordered some zombies to hold him down. I pinned his arms and legs to the ground with spears, and with a fifth spear I silenced his pitiful shouts. Of course, I hadn't killed Enric. None of these wounds were fatal to a vampire. He could survive skewered to the ground for a long time, in fact, but he wasn't going to be there for more than a few hours. To my confused troops and the frightened villagers I said, Captain Enric has disobeyed my order to spare the living. For that crime he will remain the way he is for 24 hours. Any who dare remove him will not get off so easily. When daylight came, Enric was doomed. By the terrified look in his eyes, he knew it. I do not know why I returned to the hut. My troops had collected 15 bodies, and I had much work to do if I was going to make them part of the undead. Still, I felt drawn to the young woman I had saved. I found her bent over the dead man, weeping for her father. A skeleton followed me, silently awaiting my command. "Bring the woman," I said. I told it, "Don't harm her." The skeleton stepped forward, grabbing the woman by the arms. "And you might as well add him to the other corpses," I said, pointing to the woman's dead father. Galdoth isn't evil, he's just hella efficient, apparently. Had to keep it 200. But the whole reason we took that fight was to be able to build the vampires in the town. I think with this, we now can. 8 wood, not 6. Oh. There it is. 1-2-1 vampires on champion. I'll take it. Hey, Shroom. More vampires. It's all about finding the living units. I mean, it's very different from a Heroes game. There is no real defending that. Aha. Hey, Goliath. Dude, the music is lit. As I have said before and will continue saying, the music carries this game. hardcore carries this game. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Did we lose any? Not worth, not worth. We'll just have to take it cleaner. Which is simple to do, because I can slow them. There we go. Keep watching, Shroom. Keep watching. It's very hard for me to call this a Heroes game. Admittedly, this campaign is the closest I think we've gotten. Double the spell points, Jesus. Useful. Fucking poison, man. Every goddamn motherfucking time against those shits. We literally needed one turn. Jesus. Fine, we'll come back later. No, I cannot use Life Drain. Because geniuses. Life Drain steals hit points from all life and nature targets, not order targets, as we found out in the last one. But keep backseating, guys. Let's see if we can get something good from here. What's cancellation do? Cancels buffs on enemies. It will not work against poison. Alright, let's go win the fight. Because this is just free vamp farming. Hate having to win it this way, but I don't see another way to do it. Well, that was needed. It was definitely needed. Does that work? It does. Okay, so those are. That's the difference. The rolled up scrolls you can use outside of whether you have it or not. Interesting. And now we have 17 maps. Hey, Tom Nap. What do vampires from this game make you think about Count Dracula? Because they are. And yes, you can farm vamps in this game. That's what Grandmaster Necromancy lets you do. Alright, I'm thinking it's gonna be Master Death Magic on the next level. But again, if I can spec into the combined Death and Nature one, I'll go for that, just to play around with Demonology here. We're just not at that point where we can pull that off yet. You can leech your own nature summons. I will try that. Well, you've seen Tom Nap. This game is very balanced. Their version of balancing everything quite clearly has been it can't be unbalanced if everything's unbalanced. So just make everything broken and then you're good. Sacrifice. Interesting. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Yeah, if I'm gonna take these losses, I think I'm gonna want a bit more than just that for right now. Why would I want... What? I'm loading the save any... Oh, Shackles of War are back there. Okay. I was gonna say, why would I want that? I mean, it's clear sarcasm, but at least on my part. That's right, because I have to be dead. Alright. It's not worth it. No, if I'm gonna fight dozens, I'm gonna go fight the dozens over here. Let's do this the right way. we get through that without losing any? Yes, we did. Plus 3 ramps, baby. At the back of this odd tower, you find a switch exactly where your master told you it would be. Giving it a twist, the wall opens to reveal a secret antechamber, left untouched for decades. The centerpiece of the room is some sort of altar, from which protrudes a gleaming green crystal the size of a man's arm. A beam pulses up skyward, up the entire height of the tower to become a second crystal, larger even than the first, at the top of the tower. Immediately, you wish you had the time to study this place. The magic at work here is incredible. You step forward, take the crystal in hand, and turn it slowly 3 times to the left. Once activated, you cast a special spell that binds the power of this ancient place to your master. So that's what we're doing. Interesting. That was the nature campaign. It was interesting. Elwyn was very much broken as fuck. These units were pretty OP. Meh. What can you summon aside from imps? I mean, it's all basically nature stuff for summoning in this game. I'll eventually be able to summon some OP shit, but we'll figure that out as we go along. I kept the woman safe. I made sure she was fed, gave her a tent and a cot of her own, and a living servant bought from one of the hamlets along the way. I even arranged for her to be given an elegant black dress to replace her plain, blood-stained cotton smock, but she refused to wear it. But why haven't I spoken to her since the day I killed Enric? That was the question that distracted me from the ambush. We were on the road, myself at the front of the column and she at the back with the supplies, when a mixed demon force attacked. It was a well-orchestrated ambush, and might have claimed some lives if they had attacked the center of my formation. Instead, they charged directly at me. My spells weakened them, even killed a few. A single ice demon reached me, scratching deep furrows in the living flesh of my left thigh before one of my own troops brought it down. Immediately after the battle, I sat on a rock and tore open my pants to examine the wounds. Blood had already soaked my leg and collected like water in my boot. I winced at the sight. The ice demon had cut an artery. I was probably going to bleed to death. So, I laughed. I had often wondered what would happen if the living half of my body died. Would I become like a stroke victim, the left side of my body dead and motionless? Or would the undead part of me die as well? I looked up at the sky and said, "So, you are finally done with me, universe?" You speak to the universe? It was the woman I rescued, still dressed in her cotton tunic. Not usually, I said. I expected this day to come, but I must admit I thought it would be in a more spectacular way. Arrogance, I guess. She saw the blood seeping into the hungry ground. You bleed? How is that possible? Because I am only half dead. Please don't ask me to explain. I'll bleed to death before I finish the story, I replied, even though I had clamped my hand tightly over the wound. I could feel the hot blood seeping through my fingers. Let me, she said, approaching cautiously. I pulled my hand away, and a red fountain sprayed the front of the woman's clothes, mixing with the old brown stains of her father's blood. Oh my, it's deep. That's what she said. Immediately, she pressed her hand over the wounds and muttered some words of magic. I felt a strange, numbing energy flow into me. I cannot say that it felt good. In fact, I hope to never experience it again. But when the woman pulled her bloodstained hand away, my wounds were healed. She was a priest. I hadn't expected that. Our coming together couldn't be a coincidence. Thank you, I said. I am Galdoth. Alana. Ah, I didn't see them. I think I might level up off this fight. I know we were close. Kappa. Exactly as I thought. Fuck. We must prove our loyalty by guarding this tower for 5 years. Upon our lives, none but those who fly the teal and purple flag will pass. It's not good. it's very much not good. What's funny is the Necro Amplifier is not going to help me at all. Luna. Luna. Yeah, you can summon fairy dragons if you get to Grandmaster Nature. We were doing it in the last campaign. We also could have summoned mantises and phoenixes. Basically, you can summon the entire nature cast, including the neutral ones. That's what we learned from the last campaign. 10 out of 10 voice acting, by the way. I try. I think I was a little better at the start of this campaign. That last scenario was not very enjoyable and kind of killed my enthusiasm here. Vampires can be... everything can be frozen. Hey, Matthias. A two-way monolith that only the enemy can use. Yeah. The only reason I'm letting it go is because I got vampires from the guards. And again, the music is definitely the thing that is carrying this game. Firewall strat too. Nature Magic's pretty nuts at Grandmaster. It really was. Honestly, I thought Nature Magic was a little more broken than Order Magic. Order Magic was broken, don't get me wrong. The illusionary shit with the Titans and Hypnotize was ridiculous, but being able to quicksand at level 2 and pretty much carry every fight through, that was something right there. Instinctively, I think I knew Alana was a priest of life magic. That's why, against all common sense, I dragged her along with me. Some would say such an inspiration came from the gods, but I'm more prone to believe that my closeness to death magic allowed me to sense its opposite. After Alana saved me, I asked her to ride at the front of the column so we could talk. I still believe the secrets of the universe will be within my grasp if only I can understand the force of destruction. It's the same principle used to learn new spells. You must divide them into their parts, splitting them into pieces you can understand before you learn the spell as a whole. But it couldn't hurt to know a little something about creation as well, could it? As Mardor says, half the battle is knowing more about your enemy than they know about you. So, Alana and I spent hours discussing life magic, healing, childbirth, and love. She seemed reluctant at first. She was, after all, my prisoner, even if I didn't treat her like one. But when I seemed to show a real interest in the subject, she opened up. I have never heard of someone like you, Galdoth, she said. What does that mean? Well, perhaps it is because your body hasn't been completely tainted by the undead, but you seem much more sensible than other necromancers. Perhaps there is still hope for you. That's when I realized she was being friendly with me because she thought I could be converted, as if I was some sheep-brained peasant practicing the rituals of some cult. My body doesn't make me who I am, I said firmly. Don't body shame him. Woo! Maybe it wasn't completely true, but I like to think that I would be the same person whether I were only living or only undead. No, but I think it is a metaphor for your potential to turn back from this evil path you have started down. Evil path? I don't believe in such a thing. How can you not? You walk among skeletons and demons. You doom the dead to an eternity of suffering. Yet, you saved my life, even when you didn't have to. And you still protect the living from your own troops. Can you not see the good as well as the evil that you perform? I do what is sensible. Neither good nor evil dictates my actions. Good or evil, creation or destruction. Call them by whatever name you want, Galdoth. They are the same thing. Alana said stubbornly. Ah, but you're assuming that creation is good. Of course, it is! Are you telling me... Are you telling me that when the universe created a creature consumed with hatred and destruction, like a devil, that the universe committed a good act? Well, no. And why can't destruction be good? A forest fire may seem tragic at first, but that destruction only replenishes the forest floor, and makes the trees grow back stronger than ever before. That's just nature. Exactly my point. The nature of the universe is indiscriminate. It doesn't judge. It doesn't care about good or evil, because neither exists. Take the Reckoning, the greatest example of a destructive force that I can think of. I can argue that it probably did as much good as evil. For one, the Reckoning claimed the life of that barbarian scum, Kilgore. Alana shook her head sadly, as if I was a child that just didn't understand. I know that good exists, Galdoth, she said, because I see it all around me. I have seen it in you. You! No, it's the wrong one. Where'd the other one go? The hell? Oh, he's hiding. What the fuck? Feeling when you can't summon sea monsters. No. Death magic is pretty weak though. I mean, it's working. My problem is I shouldn't be fighting necromancers as I'm playing the necromancy campaign. And you can make the same argument for all the campaigns. It's just infighting. Like, it's not... That's what was cool about the Heroes 3 campaigns. Most of them were, okay, you're gonna go out and fight, like, other factions. I'm not fighting other I'm just fighting dead units. Like, it's hard for me to enjoy necromancy and death magic, because half the spells don't work. Or even more than half the spell. This is the third scenario. Was there some large plot development? Yeah, we went to the land of the Kriegans, fought a large army to free the guy. And then when we freed him, we found out he was really weak. So now this whole scenario revolves around doing these 5 quests to unlock these points of power. There's 4 other ones. And then when we're done that, we win the scenario. And his master, who he rescued from the other scenario, will be back to power. And I guess the major plot development is there's a rebellion going on right now by the demons and the Kriegans. Hence, you know, the enemy army you just saw. And I suppose, hence the infighting. Just to be ready. 3 more vampires, that'll get it to 31. Yeah, ooh, such usefulness. We actually did take this fight. I mean, which dozens of vampires do I want to fight first, I guess? Yeah, I can't imagine why, Rush. I can't imagine why. Hey, Circle. Well, yeah, I get why it's all infighting. My issue is, like, I can't really appreciate death magic when I'm fighting death factions. Like, you can't use most of it. Guys, don't spoil, please. You're coming close. Considering I don't move around a lot in the fights, I can live with that. Alright, let's see if this plan works. Two, three. No. Excuse me, how? That's how you, this is how I gotta do it, but, come on. Hit. Kill. That's what we wanted. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, the story's there, but the problem, Rush, is, like, again, it's the same, almost the same story every time. Like, yeah, you're just infighting. That's it. It's like, alright, well, cool. I would be greedy, but I don't want to be. Is it gonna show me all the things? Oh, just that one. Interesting. It's well guarded. Well, that doesn't really matter. Just before I got screwed by freeze. That will be useful. Want the XP? I just need to hold them here for when the AI inevitably comes across the border. Nice road. The fuck, dude? Hey, owner. Vampire, use Dragon Breath attack, not me. Sucking your soul. Was that the haste sound? Yes. All the sounds got reused in interesting ways. Alright. It's fine. Let's get more from right there. Oh, is the town right here? Plan to not lose any vampires at all, preferably. Do I necessarily need to preserve all vampires? Not really. Oh, no. Let's go back and... I ate dinner with Alana last night. Her servant prepared a simple meal of roasted duck while I brought an old vintage of Avli Amber. I think Alana was surprised to see me eat real food, but she had the manners not to mention it. She also managed to look me in the face for the entire meal. "You may go free, Alana," I told her when the meal was over. She paused, startled. "You are letting me go? Now?" "Yes. I'm still not sure why I brought you with me, but I do know I have no need of you. And contrary to your beliefs, not all necromancers kill without reason. You are not my enemy, and you are not a threat. You may go." "But..." "Don't worry, I will give you an escort all the way to the borders of Great Arcan. Maybe you'll feel safer there than in Necros." I interrupted. Alana took a drink from her cup, fortifying her courage. "I don't want to go," she said. Now I was the one who was surprised. Before I could ask, she added, "If I leave, Galdoth, who will help you see the good within yourself?" I almost rolled my eyes at this question. But then I realized that I was glad she had refused. At least I would have someone to talk to. I shouldn't lose any. And we didn't. We don't know, Circle. We don't know. She wants that half D, clearly. One vampire. Better than no. That's what we needed! Yes! Spider silk arrows. That's honestly what we needed. How? How? I just don't get how the AI lost units. And always loses units in these quick combats. $39. I'll come back for the rest of that. I want these vampires now. I also want to find out what spell that is, even though I probably know it already. What's funny is that we finally have a unit with us instead of just a hero. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a given. And got Grandmaster Necromancy for a reason here. Again, I'm waiting for it to spec back into Order Magic, but I guess I'll take this for now. Building up towards Grandmaster Death, even... Oh no, it did give me Master Death Magic, okay. So building up towards Grandmaster Death, we should definitely be able to get it. We get, what is it, 4 more levels on this one? I believe. Have it at 24? I think. Yeah, 24, because it was 18 in the last one. So 4 more levels. This is Master Demonology. Master Occultism 21, Grandmaster Death 22, and then these two 23. Like, worst comes to worst, I'm maxing out this. The Death Magic. In fact, we're going to do better than that, because there's an altar of Death Magic right there. We're going to go use that. No, apparently we have to fight these normally. Three more vamps. I definitely don't have... Oh, there he is. AI still enjoys the schmork, of course. Literally one-shot stacks, AI takes losses, yep. Just, yep. Why? That was actually a bit of a YOLO, I'm not gonna lie. But because vampires are balanced, we'll come out of this with no losses. There we go. Three more. Master Occultism to save me the level up, so Grandmaster Death Magic is probably going to be what we got next. And then again, I'm hoping to be able to reverse this to spec back into nature. So I can start actually using this demonology, but we'll see what happens. It's a strong chance the game probably won't, and because we're already out here already, let's just go fuck these guys up. That's all I really want from this town. Level 3 Field Marshal, interesting. So this one 14, 12, 14. 666. Alright. I need 6 sulfur. Gotta kill. It's time to put Vamps back on the front lines. Already had that. Oh, that's our town, actually. It's before really before I leave. Let me go grab this. Let me also see if I can pull off Bone Dragons. Start letting them ferment. Should be 1 or 2 more vampires. 5 ghosts. Well, you win some, you lose some. Alright, so some good vampire farming down there. We'll come back to it. Looks like we've got this area to ourselves almost. Which is weird. Would have thought Teal would have had it, but I mean, we each have 2 towns. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Month of the Cerberus equals free vampires. Unless it's 10 and 10, this will work. It is 10 and 10, alright. Whatevs. Any chance what's in this town might be the end of purple? Be cool. Bye-bye. I mean, I believe I can dispel that. Actually, I might not be able to. Oh, son of a bitch. Potion of healing should cure, right? Yeah. Second, wait for a bit. How do I want to take the rest of this? I don't want to poison them because I want the vampires to be able to level, life drain off of them. Now they are still debuffed, I don't like that. Problem is I really can't do anything about it. I was gonna say, one I can res back. Should be good. Got all of those towers. Like that. But purple has not been eliminated. I don't technically need scouting, I'll get it on the way. Hey, they built the dragon graveyard for me. What a bunch of pros. But even they don't have sulfur. At least that's what I assumed from the fact that this was still undone. Mass weakness of vampiric touch, beautiful. I want more vampires, but I don't want them that badly yet. Okay, this town next. I hadn't believed that the demon rebels had a leader capable of organizing them, but a warrior named Sarazi has mobilized a massive army against me. Today, my scouts learned that he was turned away from his original target. Necrom, to deal with me. Wise not to keep an enemy at his back. Was it though? Was it really wise? So that's just for them to use, as we found out. Looks like this is what links the two zones together. There we go. This is a fight I absolutely want to take. Get some faster movement here. Yep, my guess was that the other town was this way. Glad I was right. It's right here. Actually do need these. It's them dealt with. It's them dealt with. Okay, come on game, I don't need any of these. Just got Cerberus in the back. It's enough to heal off of. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. It's a pretty simple tactic. I just use the ghosts up there screening for the vampires. We can quite easily dispatch anything from up on top of this tower. I think I lost one. Nope, I didn't lose any. Alright. I gained one. 3 armies are on their way. Hopefully the last armies of purple. Death Call, alright. Mass Sorrow. See Zealot. So we're starting to get some good ones. I wish I could learn Hand of Death. That'll be the next level up, it looks like. So one-handed longsword, I'll take that then. From a narrative point of view, Hand of Death is a good version of Undead Disintegrate, but that is based purely on the pictures. I mean, I'm interested to use it just to see exactly how funny it looks. That's really it. Because that's clearly going to look hilarious to use in the AI. I'm chasing these guys down, hoping that this is the end of purple. I'll take that. A 4, that's what I'm missing. Chorus. I'll wait on it then. I got Ice Demon Dwelling somewhere. Oh, well, there you go. We did it! Double dwelling over there. Might throw that Staff of Summoning on for the memes, to be honest. I know I can see what the enemy AI is coming, but it's never anything important. Just, there's no reason to do so. It's always these straggler dumpster troops from towns. Not town, from dwellings that they call in right before I attack. Nothing personal, kid. I suppose I should have seen that coming. Obviously they were going to go for them because they were injured. That's not what I wanted, but alright. So if I had Grandmaster Nature Magic, I could summon devils. Oh, that is one of them. Oh, that's right, I would have to make them both Grandmaster, wouldn't I? Oh no, that doesn't have to be expert. Hold on then. Let's read this. Yeah, it is. So maybe I do need that then. I don't know, like I said, I'm trying to spec into nature at this point. As soon as I get Grandmaster Death. Also, I'm trying to spec into nature. So they were down there. That Staff of Nature is subtly suggesting a build. I know. Yeah, I'd like to try it. That is one thing I haven't been a fan of with the leveling. And I get that it's made so that it focuses on those specific things, but I don't know, I feel like the game handicaps itself like that, because there's just not enough levels in the game to really utilize more than, like, 2 things, and when one of them always has to be combat for champion difficulty, it's like, alright, well, it's really limiting my options here. I was hoping they'd have gone for them. Whatever, it's just two of them. Yeah, 69 vampires. Yeah, we have to do the combat tree. Like, there's no getting around that. At this level of difficulty, we have to do the combat tree. I honestly don't want that. Not summoning anything anymore. Do I want to open this though? Like, the last one fucked me over. Yeah, I gotta get back here. Let us hope that this leads back where I wish it does. I knew it was coming. I'm stunned they went for the vampires. Makes my life easier, but... yeah, that's what I mean. It's like... yeah, everything with Grandmaster Combat makes the hero pretty busted, I'm not gonna lie. Grandmaster Melee and Archery and all that. But honestly, I really only get it because without it, I'm gonna get wrecked by the map. Every time. Okay, I don't really like losing all of those. But it's just 7, and at this point I think we have more than enough vampires that we can afford it. And this did send me exactly where I wanted it to. Thank goodness. Or did it? Here's 3 more vampires. They're not gonna go for him though, they're gonna, yeah, they're gonna go for these. Whatever, I have a bunch of potions. The one constant between all of them has been potions of immortality and combat. And as much as that's probably a champion difficulty level thing, I keep going back to, if I played it on an easier difficulty, I really don't think I would enjoy this game. At all. Like, I just, it definitely would feel too easy to me. Just look at how we're rolling over this right now. And this is champion. Like, this requires some sort of thinking. I forgot even anything in there. 7. Alright. Maybe we gotta get over there. Gotcha. Lost one because it didn't go in the tower. Whatever. Probably got it back, didn't I? 2 ghosts. Calm Vampiric Touch, I already had those. Nothing else to build here. Nothing I want here. Let's move on. It's amazing how close to these guys I was the last time I was over here. My assumption was the hero would have been in here. Where'd he go? What is champion difficulty? The monster stacks are huge on the map. You start with limited resources. It's not no resources, it's limited resources. And as much as people say the AI can't really do champion difficulty, I disagree. The AI does still clear stuff on the map. Yes. We've done that multiple times. Just send them across the hero across in a caravan and just wait the week. Just make sure nothing on that I didn't want. Where could this guy have gone? Has to be somewhere. He can go that way, I would have seen him. I'm just gonna walk this way. These are permanent boost to spell points. The hell is this? All demon type summoning spells. There you go. Now I have to take the fight myself, or else the AI is going to lose some, somehow. Yep, +3 spell points. It pays off. Where was that? Oh really, where was that? Here, how the fuck? What? I guess he took that and ignored the thing? The other thing? In case you haven't guessed, I'm at the point where I don't really care if I lose a couple here. Like, we've got enough vamps to do whatever we need to do on this map. I can get more if I need to, like... After hours of study, you determine this ancient tower is somehow connected to the points of power. It will probably only open after 4 of the points of power have been activated. Since you don't have the time to have sappers topple it, you might want to try out your theory first. That's the last one, alright. Obviously, and simply done. Alright, I'm just gonna go through this garrison and attack him. He's right here. Okay, I don't know where the fuck he went. Next level up has to be Grandmaster Death, everything else is Grandmaster. I don't think I'm getting vampires off this one. Let's just spend a month looking for the points of power, because that will be way quicker. Yeah, man. Although, to be fair, we probably were supposed to have already had a couple of them. Done already. True knowledge to instantly get Grandmaster. Let's go. Alright, so we're either gonna have to start leveling up combat next, or it'll let me spec into nature like I want to. Either way, there's Grandmaster, everything for death magic. It's perfect that we're right next to this town, because this is the one that had the spell I wanted to use. He went back to the teleporter, interesting. He's out here. He actually does have an army. Does this town have a caravan in it? Does now. It's called Desos. 3 turns, go. And you can go. 1, I don't care. Just more EXP for me, for my last level up. 2, 3. For some reason that deactivates that, I don't know why. Alright, finally have this guy cornered. Run away. Easy fight. Blah. Someone will replace the OG blah of the liches. Yeah. Not gonna argue that. I don't get how we only got... Oh, well, yes, I get how we only got ghosts from that. Never mind. So I kept that book on because it's free ice bolt, and not for nothing. That ice bolt is the only damage, actual, like, instant damage spell I have. Which does make it pretty important. It's also one spell point. I mean, I know we're not gonna vanquish Teal because they got that guy out by the last spire, but at least fuck them up. Of course it's Month of the Devil, why wouldn't it be? On the bright side, that should help me get the last 28,000 I need. Hand of Death doesn't work on undead. Of course it doesn't. All the cool spells don't work. That's the story of this campaign. You're gonna get cool spells, but they're not gonna work. Well, every fight still counts. Nico love nightmares with this battle card too. This again, I really raged at it in the last scenario because it was screwing us over. But this combat thing that the hero does double damage on this one. This combat grid is absolutely atrocious. There is no defending it. There is no getting around it. It is the absolute worst part of this game, and it is not even close. Son of a bitch. Teleporter? Yeah. No, I guess I could run across. Oh, sure, I fight those guys with quick combat. Perfect fight. Whatever, game. Whatever. He didn't build vampires in this town. What the fuck, game? How the fuck this thing shoot? Which thing? The venom spawns? Arrgh. Anyway, there's a will, there's a way, man. Shout out to Month of the Devil, though. 3 devils every fight. 3 vampires every fight. Ooh. He resisted it. You lame-o. I bet they actually tried to cast the same thing on me. Haha. 15. Oh, shit. Then we're gonna play this a little safer than normal. No. Actually running out. How about that? So that's mass weakness, that's mass curse, that's disrupting ray. Only on them, I don't need it on the rest. I was curious, okay. I had to know whether that worked. Now this is pivotal game. Have to go up on top of this tower. Alright. That was crucial. We needed that to go right. Did we get them all back? Haha, we did. You suck. Get fucked, game. That's what you hearing. Should've listened. Did it for swag points. I'll take your word for that one, Don Valentine. And I hope to never find out whether it's true or not. And there's Race Vampires. I believe I now have all the death magic spells. Just gonna go out on a limb here and guess that one. Stat boost. Weird flex, but okay. How? Okay, I stand corrected. That one I think I can guess how. It was skeletons. But like, come on, man. It's bullshit. Stop losing my units. Gotta be almost there, right? Yeah. Closing it on at least. Alright, this time we really do seem to have conquered all of their stuff. And again, I know there's that one hero out there, which is why they're not eliminated. The final boss, so to say. But yeah, we don't have time to blow up that wall. Hey man, don't doubt Galdoth. Again, I really don't. I'm not being too careful with the vampires. I don't care how many survive. I mean, I could pair it with chaos magic. Well, it wouldn't even work though. There's no way I would get another chaos magic level. I guess level 28, 24. Alright, time to unlock another one of these power points. Ooh, okay, that's a bit different. Okay, this spell is fucked. This spell is fucked. Oh my god. Yep, 6 devils each turn. Bye-bye. You walk through the refuge left by previous visitors and open the secret antechamber at the rear of the tower. You step forward, take the crystal in hand, and turn it slowly 3 times to the left. Once activated, you cast a special spell that binds the power of this ancient place to your master. So that's 2. My guess is that a third one is this way, but I mean, it's blocked until I unlock some of the other ones, I guess. So presumably there's one up here, and then that'll unlock the one out here, and then that'll unlock the one back here. That's how I assume this is going to go. Whether I'm right or wrong, we'll find out. Anything else I have left to check out over here? Can't get back there. Doesn't look like it. So let's just run our way up to here. For some imba level bullshit. Actually, fuck that. Let's just run to the portal. Thank you. Actually, do need this, don't I? Yeah, that would be my guess as well, especially since there used to be 2 gargoyles and now there's only 1 there. Which suggests that it's becoming unlocked as we go along here. How? How do you lose 4 vampires there? That's ridiculous. And it used spells too. Is it insta-kill a hero? Yes. As we showed in the last castle fight we took. It one-shot those heroes. You walk to the refuse, do that again, that's 3. It's gonna unlock the area down on the other side. Alright, so scenario 3, it's almost done. Huzzah! There it is. Everything is imbalanced, dude. This entire game, if you can name something in it, it's unbalanced. Everything in this game is broken. Just get that through your head. Just like all the other points of power, the main chamber of this fourth one is covered with the filth of countless years of disuse, but the secret antechamber in the back wall has remained untouched. Although dusty, it is clean and illuminated by its own magical glow. You reach up to the crystal in the center of the room and activate it. Only one more to go. When you turn to leave, you find the priestess Alana watching from the secret doorway. What happens after you activate them all? She asks. As far as I know, no one has succeeded. I probably won't either. You answer. What is the power of this place? Alana says, hugging herself as if she were cold. My master did not tell me, only that it will rejuvenate him. What if it's evil? You're full of questions today, aren't you? You say. Well, what if something horrible happens when you activate the fifth one? She could be right, but what choice did you have? Alana, you say, sighing heavily. This place is a tool no different than a hammer. Nothing more. If I had the time, I could take it apart and show you how it works. This place disturbs me, Galdoth. Can you not feel it? You look back at the crystal and something suddenly occurs to you. You are right-handed. You have always touched the crystal with your dead right hand. All I feel is magic, you say. Or you say... You barely touch the huge tower doors, and they swing open under their own power, creaking noisily from centuries of disuse. Beyond, skeletal soldiers stand to either side of the passage, as they're still protecting this place after their death. In case you didn't already have it. Jarvis. Not the guy I thought we were facing. And his army's fixed, so it's not gonna be that good. Storm, what about it? You'll have to fight your master and yeah, I mean, that's where I thought this was going, to be perfectly honest. Because it seemed to foreshadow something was going to happen at the end of this that wasn't what he wanted. There was a line in the beginning. I'm too tired to remember what it was. Yay. Alana and I entered the 5th point of power together. Immediately I knew the power of the other 4 was accumulating in this place. This was the transmitter, the one that would send all that energy to its recipient. Master Calabar. It's terrible, Alana said. She wrapped her arms around herself. It's wonderful, I said. By now, I was an expert at opening these magically locked doors. A portion of the wall slipped away to reveal the antechamber and a dark, sparkling shard of onyx instead of crystal. Suddenly, Alana took hold of my right arm, unconcerned that she was touching dead flesh. Don't do it, Galdoth. The evil is greater in this place. Slowly, I brushed Alana's warm cheek with the soft, living fingers of my left hand. I stared into her eyes, smiled. Which is strongest, good or evil? I asked her. Good, she answered without thinking. Why? Because evil can only destroy that which good creates. Evil cannot create. Without good, evil wouldn't exist, Alana said. I smiled even wider that she was using my own philosophy against me. She was a wise woman. I liked her, but she was wrong about one thing. With my dead hand, I took hold of her arm and held it toward the onyx shard. Then you turn it, Alana. Activate it, and show me that good is stronger than evil, I challenged her. Alana stared at me for a long time. I think she saw— well, we were wrong. I think she saw doubt in my eyes, doubt caused by everything she had tried to teach me. And then she kissed my left cheek. I had never felt the touch of a woman's lips before. Their softness caught me off guard. The warmth of her kiss still clung to my flesh when she reached out and grasped the onyx shard. She twisted it, sending forth a surge of magical energy that flowed into her, through her body, and back into the shard. Alana collapsed. Quickly, I cast the spell that would bind this power to my master. Only when all was complete did I kneel next to Alana's corpse. You were wrong, my fair Alana. Your destruction... You were wrong, my fair Alana. Your destruction has created this power, I whispered. There was a reason no one had activated all 5 points of power. That's why I slipped away from camp before we arrived here and entered this tower alone. I cleaned away the bones of the people who died trying to activate the points of power so Alana wouldn't see them when I brought her here, and then I returned before she noticed I was gone. At the time, I hadn't known for sure that activating the 5th one would kill the one responsible, and now I felt a little guilty for being right. A little. As I lifted the lovely young woman's corpse and walked from the antechamber, I knew I would miss her. I almost regretted tricking her. Once I stepped outside, I handed Alana's corpse to the peasant woman who had been serving her all this time. Bury her somewhere and spread some flowers over her grave, I ordered. I owed Alana that much, at least. Why didn't he just resurrect her? He could have had a lich right there. He wanted a lich he could trust. You literally have raised vampires. How is that not evil creating? Shh. Yeah, well, we were wrong. Hey, Galdoth turned evil again. And boom, 3 down. Yeah. And then betrayal, when he has to fight his master.
So what is the point if I am but an insignificant pawn of the universe? Knowledge. To know the universe is to transcend it. Destruction, creation, good and evil. The grand scheme of things, they are just the masks we use to understand that which we cannot grasp. Well, here is my hand. Show me your secrets. I am not afraid.
He reminds me of Vexen from Kingdom Hearts. We did it, yeah, onto the 4th scenario, which is not the last one, because we have carryovers. A powerful vampire and supporter of Necros named Malvik has riled the anger of Calabar. So, Galdoth has been sent on a mission not only to kill the offender, but also to retrieve the Bloodsucker's most prized possession, the unique and supremely unholy Deadwood Staff. Victory condition, defeat Malvik. Loss condition, lose Galdoth half-dead. Map difficulty, still advanced game. Carry over Galdoth and everything he has. He's limited to level 30. And presumably we're going to be leveling up combat stuff if it doesn't let me spec into nature. Although at this point, unless there's some nature buffs on the map, I don't think we're going to get too much out of it. Enjoy this music for a little bit, I'm going to be right back. Life and Death. Don't worry guys, I wash my hands. My food will be ready in about 10 minutes. Bam, 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 bam. Campaigns are better as you go on. We'll see. Alright. What has become of my master? I had thought he would become more like I remembered him after the magic of the points of power rejuvenated him, but he has only become more somber and private. He seldom confides in me anymore. In fact, he never speaks to me except to give orders. In the 2 months since I crushed the last of the rebellious demons, I have seen my master but 3 times. He remains locked within his secret chambers, leaving the management of Necros entirely to me. It was as if he never became king. And lately I have noticed his undead body is deteriorating. The grey flesh dangles from his bones like rotten cheesecloth. Something was wrong, and all my efforts to get my master to confide in me have been ignored. So I took a risk. Using my magic to become one with the shadows, I followed a zombie who was delivering spell components to my master. The door opened magically, allowing the zombie to place his sack of goods on a nearby table. And that's when I slipped inside. I slinked along the walls, staying well away from the single torch that lit the crypt-like room. My master was in the back. In an adjacent room, I could hear his voice. I didn't enter that room, so I couldn't see what he was doing, but I did recognize some of the words of the spell he was casting. I memorized them and broke them down into their parts until I could figure out what task this strange spell was meant to perform. It was a binding spell, similar to the one I used to bind the energy of the points of power to Calabar, but it was also a transference spell. Within minutes, I came to realize that my master had transferred the magic of the points of power to something else, to an object. Then Master Calabar said a word that I never thought I'd hear from his lips. Master, he said. Finally, we are rejoined. Master? Who could be Calabar's master? There was a long moment of silence, so I dared to peek into Calabar's laboratory. I had only a couple seconds to take in the blue and silver patterns swirling between the posts of a magical gateway. Then the portal closed and I was left alone. I stood before the portal for a long time, simultaneously hoping that my master would return, and fearing the moment when he did. What are you up to, master? I whispered to myself. And why didn't you include me? I found it difficult to look my master in the face the next time he summoned me. If he noticed my discomfort, however, he never said anything. Do you know a master named Malvik? Calabar asked. Yes. He has in his possession the Deadwood staff. I want it. He has refused to give it to me. Kill him, Galdoth, and bring me the staff. Kill him? Are you sure? Calabar's look was dangerous. He had expected his order to be enough, not to have to explain it. I saw something else in my master's eyes. In my master's expression I have never seen before. Pure, bottled fury. Insanity. But what could his rage be directed at? Surely not me. I was no threat. So, what? Why, Galdoth, I don't think you've ever had trouble killing someone for me in the past. It's not that, Master. Malvik means nothing to me, but he gives your kingdom strength. A war with him now would only weaken Necros, I dared to answer. Malvik had been a powerful ally against the demon rebellion. He supported me before I found my master, and then helped Calabar when he needed it most. It wasn't that I felt a sense of loyalty to the vampire, but he was a reliable ally, a difficult thing to come by. Knowing that I would not shrink away before him, Calabar reached out slowly and pinched my throat between 2 sharp skeletal fingers. There was an incredible amount of strength in those digits. I couldn't breathe or speak. Malvik means nothing to me, Galdoth, because Necros means nothing to me. Bring me the Deadwood staff, or I will find someone else to serve me. Calabar freed me, and I grunted, Yes, my master. I made my preparations to leave. Once again, I decided to leave Martyr behind to command Necrom's forces, but also for another reason. The next evening, as I marched my forces through Necrom's black gates, I pulled Martyr aside to speak. Watch my Master Calabar for me, I said. That does not mean spy on him, but keep an eye on him whenever you can. Why? Is something wrong? Martyr asked. I knew well Martyr didn't respect Calabar as a leader. No, I insisted, even though I sensed something was terribly wrong. Just stay out of his way, and watch him. Blue and silver is Salmer, clearly. Demon Rebellion, yeah, the whole last map was the Demon Rebellion. And 3 vampires. It begins. Let us hope we get more living enemies to fight. Should be 3 more. Okay, 1. I guess I'll take it. I'm gonna wait out the turn, get his health back. Oh, okay. Can't say I expected that. I have faith in my vampires. Dos más. Alright, I'll be right back. some food. I'll let it cool down. Now this is 3 more vampires. Brings the count up to 12. And this is a fight we have to take, so yippee. This is a fun map. Is this gonna be one of those you don't get a town maps? Haha. Only. If only. I'm fine with that, to be honest, because I can hold my own here. It was close, but no cigar, yeah. If only we could give our vamps flight from order magic. I know, right? The tree of knowledge. Okay, so it's like that. Hey Lord. Yeah, the music is still carrying this game. Where little else does. If I don't need it, I'm not gonna find my way to get it. Alright, before I read this, let me eat a little bit. Enjoy the music. It would seem Seth was wrong about one thing. The game did not keep the hunger pains at bay. I needed a messenger who knew nothing about my army, because I knew Malvik would use his powers to interrogate my envoy. So this morning I rode off alone to a nearby village. Because of my own policy of shipping all the dead directly to Necrom or other storage crypts around the country, the villagers had nothing to offer me. I regret doing this, I told them. Honestly, I do. But I must demand that you bring me someone. A volunteer, preferably. Make it one of the elderly if you wish, it does not matter. Then I retrieved 2 heavy bags from my horse and threw one at the feet of the village elder. It's filled with gold, compensation for the life I am about to take. That one is for the village. I held up the second bag for all to see. This one is for the family of the person who volunteers. Within a few minutes, I had my messenger. He was barely 40, but the previous winter he had caught a disease that damaged his lungs and left him weak. He could no longer care for his family. The man's eyes were wide with fear, but he had stepped forward nonetheless. He would have made a good soldier. I slit his throat and threw him over my horse, waiting until I was away from the eyes of the other villagers before I turned him into a new member of the undead. A zombie so we could speak. The silent skeletons made poor messengers. Then I gave the zombie my letter to Malvik and sent him on his way. There's my town, there's 3 more vampires, there's some attack, because, we needed that. These guys are moving too much. Uh-oh. Okay, I was gonna say, that's gonna be a little scary if I have to fight those bone dragons. The devils I think I can deal with, but the bone dragons is asking for a little bit much. Okay, I no longer think I can deal with this. This is... Yeah, and they know it. But wait, there's one more tactic. Hand of Death! Could have done it. Alright, we'll return to that battle shortly. Let me just take a town. Alright, I don't know what this is, but we're gonna go check it out. It's either a quest lodge, which I'm hoping it is. Or it's the woodcutters thing, which works out just as well. It's the woodcutters thing. Alright. Look at that. The game didn't actually screw it up. If I couldn't beat a dozen devils, I'm gonna assume I can't beat dozens of those. The heck is that? Okay, that's a quest thing. Uh-oh. There's no towers in this town. I mean, there's a way we can pull this off. Alright, I want to test this. Where's the imp one? Yeah, it doesn't work. Had to know. I am not seeing how we're gonna pull this off. Because even summon spamming, I don't think I could beat 21 and 9. Again, this is, like, these spells are good, but none of them are useful to me right now. They don't work on these. It's trouble. I mean, yeah, this isn't happening. This. Just don't do enough damage. Can we bait them out? There's a reason for that. It's interesting. How many of these can we get back? Almost all. Okay, you know what? It worked. It worked. We only lost one. We're going with it. I don't know. I don't know how we only managed to lose one there, but Vampire Lords, OP. Alright. I genuinely was not sure about the possibility of that fight, but got him. I don't know what else to say. I donned a clean robe of deep purple and covered my head with the hood, but still I felt it wasn't enough to hide my identity, so I hired a master craftsman to forge a silver mask in the exact likeness of the living left side of my face. With my hands tucked inside the sleeves of the robe in the fashion of a monk, my undead flesh would be completely hidden. Dressed in this manner, I approached the shrine of Corbett and entered. This place and the monks within had been an annoyance ever since I created Necros, but they were never trouble enough for me to do anything about it. Last year they built this shrine on the spot where a famous and holy knight named Corbett met his doom against an army of undead. I came here because Corbett had been the last living man to possess the life shield. "May I help you?" asked one of the pale, OP monks. "Perhaps," I replied softly. "I am on a pilgrimage to see the tomb of the benevolent Sir Corbett." "Ah, and soon to be Saint Corbett," the monk said proudly. "Really?" "Yes, as soon as we hear word from Paladra." "May I see the tomb, please?" The monk frowned. I tensed, wondering if he noticed something wrong. Had he caught a glimpse of exposed, rotting flesh? "I am sorry, but you must prove your worth before you can be allowed to enter. If this land wasn't swarming with those treacherous demons, it wouldn't be a problem. But you must understand we have to be careful." Yes, I would have it no other way. How can I prove myself worthy?" I asked in my best impression of these idiot monks. Perhaps I could flagellate myself with nettle branches. "Well, in honor of Sir Corbett, we ask that you bring us one artifact of evil so that we can destroy it. It is rumored that the armor of death is kept in a dragon's hoard somewhere to the east, but sadly a dozen pilgrims have already died trying to retrieve it." Oh, the chickens, yes. My favorite. Let's go win this fight. Oh boy. Let's go win this fight now. My zombie messenger returned today. Malvich's response to my pleas for the Deadwood staff became apparent the moment I saw the creature. The zombie's left arm was missing, cut off at the shoulder. It was no coincidence that my living arm was my left. It was a threat. Did Malvik send his answer? I responded, knowing that he had. "Yes. He made me memorize his words before he took my arm. He said, 'Go back to that greedy lich in Necrom. I told Calabar that the Deadwood staff has been in my possession for close to 700 years, and it will remain that way for another 700. The only way that you, Galdoth Half-Dead, or your master are going to see it is when I use it on you. That is all.' Thank you." But the one-armed zombie didn't budge. Is there something else? "Yes. While I waited to see Malvich, I talked with some of the other undead and learned the power of this Deadwood staff. It has the power to kill the living and the undead." I had known the Deadwood Staff was a unique artifact of power, but I hadn't realized it was that powerful. Malvik doesn't fear Calabar or me, because when he goes to battle with us, he will be able to kill us simply by pointing the Deadwood Staff. Thanks again, I said. If not for this one-armed zombie's initiative, I might have walked into my own death. Even worse, for the second time my master has sent me to do a task without warning me of its dangers. He never told me that activating the 5th point of power claims the life of the person touching the crystal, and now he failed to warn me about the Deadwood Staff. What name did you have when you were alive? I asked the one-armed zombie. Hadron. Well, Hadron, I think you just saved my life. There are some weapons and armor among our supplies. I want you to equip yourself and return to assume your position as my new bodyguard. His one-armed bodyguard, what a bro. Easy. Yeah, I saw that come. Tactics probably wouldn't be bad, but I'm not gonna use it. Still holding out a slim hope to get some nature magic, but I don't think that's on the way. That lookout tower is pretty obsolete. Unfortunate. I do not want scouting. He only needs to defend half of the body. Hey. Not anymore. There's his extra 50% HP for the other half of the body. Now he's 510. Yeah, I think he's good. It's legitimately what I was hoping for. Help with spellcasting. I was really trying to bait them into attacking Galdoth. This works too. Yeah, only losing one vampire, that's definitely worth it. Hey, EG, go fuck yourself, man. Save's coming. You play this game while champion. Like, blind while you're at it. Look at that, we traded one vampire for a bunch of vampires. I already have all the spells, I don't need a little. Interesting. Son, what did it show me here? The underground. We actually lost one. It's just annoying. Ha. Okay, I know why we have these. Have that druid pouch thing. My memories of the young cleric Alana inspired me to finally come up with a way I could fight the power of Malvich's Deadwood Staff. This artifact was obviously imbued with a tremendous amount of death magic, so what I needed was something to counteract that. What I needed was the life shield. And we just found out how to get it. Come on. What are the odds? Alright, would love to start getting more than 3 vampires, but I don't see how that's gonna happen. Yeah, that's why. 10% per level of the hero. Well, yeah, so even at 25, that's not enough. Therein lies our issue. I just don't see that one happening right now. still lost them. Yeah, as many as I'm about to get back. Well, I am red. Oh, but it's the red keymaster I need. Great. I came by a village today that had been razed. All that remained was the smoldering, ashy foundations of the houses. This was Malvik's work, and since there wasn't a body to be found, I could only assume he had done it to increase the size of his army. Hadron? I called to my one-armed bodyguard. Yes, master? Send some scouts out immediately. I want them to locate the other hamlets in this region to see just how far Malvik has gone. Haldron nodded. Seems pretty large for a medium-sized map. Interesting garrison. Kappa. Well, that obviously wasn't what I wanted to do. So I lost one. Hey Minisk, yeah man, I'm trying to finish this. I'm hoping there's only one more scenario after this. If so, we got a shot at finishing this in one sitting. If not, probably not. Why are these lookout towers in the worst possible spots? How are you supposed to use these? Actually, Sandra. Actually useful. Does work. Alright, that's only guarded by several. That should be a fairly easy fight. Goodbye. Wouldn't be that bad of an idea to, take tactics for the vampires. In fact, I think I'm gonna turn around and pick that up. I had been catching glimpses of a spectral figure out of the corner of my eye all evening. At first, I thought it might be one of Malvik's spies, but then this scepter would have to be universally stupid to come so close just to count my forces. So I slipped away from my army to meet the figure in private. The ghost appeared before me soon after, arms held out in a non-threatening manner. I scanned the area for signs of an ambush, and approached only when all seemed safe. "Who are you?" I asked the ghost from a safe distance. If it attacked, I would have just enough time to get off a spell. "I am a soldier under the command of Mardor, sir. I have been sent here from Necrom with a message for your ears only. That is why I have been trying to get your attention." "I see. Hurry with your message. I must return to my army before they start looking for me." "Mardor wanted you to know that King Calabar has ordered all the living children in Necrom to be gathered. The king took the first 100 into his chamber beneath the city, and the rest have been locked in pens outside the Mage Guild," said the ghost soldier. It was really only a guess, but I knew with every fiber of my body that my master was taking these children through that mysterious portal in his room. But for what purpose? He couldn't be transforming them into undead. One of the first things a necromancer learns is that children make weak undead servants. Calabar wouldn't be feeding on them either, like Loscan used to feed upon me. My master is a lich. He doesn't need food. So, why? Then I could hear Calabar's voice echoing within my mind, repeating a single word that has bothered me ever since I heard it. "Master." Who could this person be? And then suddenly it dawned on me that every command Calabar has given me might not have been his own. The master of my master is my master as well! I turned my horse toward the trail. "Return to Mardor and tell him to do as the king commands," I told the messenger. So, I guess, one of the Kriegans is his master now? It's just my guess, I don't know if I'm right. Don't tell me. Trying to stay somewhat interested in this story here. Shouldn't lose any vamps on this fight. It's more than enough to farm life off of here. And there it is. 39, but it's gonna go up in a second. To 41. Hey, look at that. Oh, it's the Dwarven Shield. I was gonna say, the Life Shield. All that's disabled. What do you get vampires? I only have one, so I'll pick up a couple more. Well, would you look at that? They didn't start the fight off by poisoning my hero and insta-killing him. What a world we live in. So speed, cowardice, and lightning. Lightning. Well, considering how infrequently I'm using that, I might as well. I mean, I'm not gonna complain about Grandmaster Archery. I just would have preferred to have made use of Demonology. A little more than I already did. Seemed pretty cool. But whatevs. I'll live. I guess, like... I mean, I guess the response is I have to stop taking fights with them, but, like, why? These should be easy fights. I shouldn't have to worry. While I wait for that caravan, I'm gonna go make use of this, and no, screw you, I'm fighting this one out. And as you can see, there is no good reason to have lost 2 vampires. But the game finds a way. Casualties were instantly replaced. Next, the Hand of Death being an oh-so-balanced spell. Just like all the other ones. There's the Armor of Death. There's a teal town, let's go take it. I guess it's just teal and I on this map? Yeah. Actually, yes. This is scenario 4, right? Wrong? Yeah. Because we had the first one where we got revenge. Second one was sucked. Third one where we got the points, yeah. And this is the fourth one. Second one we rescued his master. Hoping there's only one more after this. Just double one. Band of vampires, but that shouldn't matter. As per usual, the game is nice enough to give me things to use. Pretty straightforward combat. It's pretty interesting that we're only gaining 3 vampires for these fights and we're still just rolling the way we are. At least I think it is. Vamps. 6 more attack. Just add it to the list. I still this lava theme. Did say it was guarded by some dragons. If only. Had to be very careful with the unit placement there. Yeah, try our dragons. And now they're dead. It's the armor of death. Gonna ignore that. Well, Evil Eyes cast a variety of spells. One, two, three, four, five. You hand over the armor of death and watch as the monks perform a long ceremony removing the power from this artifact. You had hoped to reclaim the armor after securing the life shield, but that was impossible now. Ready? Asked one of the monks. I will take you to see Corbert's tomb. I was led beneath the shrine, through 3 locked doors, past 20 well-armed guards, and finally into a room with a large stone coffin against the back wall. Isn't it beautiful? Can't you feel his holiness? Said the monks. He stood mesmerized by something he has probably seen hundreds of times. Fanatics, I muttered under my breath. Huh? Asked the monk. As an answer, I crushed the holy man's skull against the nearest wall, and then I used my magic to open the sarcophagus silently. Corbert's dry, rotten body rested within as if he were sleeping. Clutched under his arms were his sword and shield. I didn't care for the sword. I tapped the life shield with a tiny silver hammer I purchased just for this occasion, and the shield and hammer both disappeared. It would reappear outside the shrine where I could pick it up after I left. I was about to slip out when a perfectly wicked joke occurred to me. I cast a quick spell, raising Sir Corbert's holy corpse from the dead. He sat up, bones cracking and dry flesh splitting. He looked at me, waiting for an order. I handed Corbett his favorite sword and said, In this building are a bunch of bald men in robes. Kill them! And then I left, chuckling at the thought of the faces of the monks when they saw their benevolent Sir Corbett up and walking. Let's see if they make him a saint now. I'm gonna guess they won't. And back in the caravan. Ooh. 1, 2. Should have killed that while I was up here. 3, 4, 5. Seaminisk. Already leveled up death all the way, so it's not going to do me any good. Ahaha. Destroy it. See, these fights are giving us ample experience. That's why it's still worth taking them. Now just imagine if all of these fights were against, you know, units that they were supposed to be against, like living units. Imagine we were getting vampires from every single one of these fights. That would be what's broken about this, but we're not at all. $10 to 19, 19. Still worth. For that crown, still worth. Look at that. An inside glimpse of what Sir Corber did to the monks. We can summon water elements. How about that? Just doing it for the XP. Hey, Jibo. Yeah, we're still going. Grandmaster Necro Strong has been, the role has been strong. So we end up getting Grandmaster Archer after all. Oh, look at that. Up to 4 vampires per now. I can actually see the tactics going to work. Which scenario are we on? 4. Hopefully out of only 5. Don't spoil it for me if there's more. it's only out of 5, I think we can still finish this campaign tonight. If there's a 6th one, I will probably call it a night after this scenario. I'll know as soon as I read the scenario description. Barring hella trees of knowledge, I don't see us going much higher than this. As far as our per fight vampire growth is concerned. I think 4 is going to be our max here. Actually, it works out for the better, to be honest. Can recoup all those losses now. What do lose 1? Yeah. We gained 4, so. I still don't have the red tent. Well, screw it. I don't need more army from the towns. guess I'm aware core combat is losing units. I don't care. Look at those balanced units. My goodness. They single-handedly won that fight. I mean, I gotta find the red tent soon, don't I? It was right there. I'm going to be so pissed. No, that would be map breaking. Why would they put it there? $143 vamps, take care of business. Actually pretty surprised he came out. Oh my. Yay. Teleporting 16 doubles. Venom spawn instead of vampires. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. What was the other thing that this game showed me? Oh, just that garrison right there. My guess would be the underground is the final area.